This House is in session. I first want to welcome members of the Youth Parliament to this Honourable Chamber. I hope that you will find the debate today enthralling and that you will learn a lot from your experience, a lot in terms of what to do and what not to do if and when you become and aspire to be a member of this chamber. There might be some things that you might see happen from time to time. Some will be in your best interest and some might not be, as it relates to behavioral patterns exhibited by some of the honorary members in this chamber. You are all adults, so you would know what to do and what not to do. I just want to wish you a pleasant day in this chamber. And after the lunch break, and there are any questions that you have, feel free to pose them to myself or members of this chamber.
Announcements by Honour.
Minutes of the meeting held on Friday, August 12, 2022 to be confirmed. Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the aforesaid minutes be confirmed.
The questions that the aforementioned minutes be confirmed. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. The aforementioned minutes are hereby confirmed.
Messages from Her Excellency the President. Petitions. Papers.
Honourable Member for Christchurch, please.
Mr. Speaker, I am commanded to lay the response to the Auditor General Report 2021.
Government notices. Private members' notices. Notices of questions. Report from select committees. First reading of bills. Statements by ministers. Congratulatory and/or victory speeches. Personal explanations. Motions for leave of absence. Or replies to questions. Notice of motions for adjournment of the House on matters of urgent public importance. Orders of the day.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of standing orders 6, 16, 18, 20, 42 subsection 5, 43, and 44 for the remainder of the days.
The questions that the aforementioned standing orders be suspended for the remainder of the day's sitting. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. The aforementioned standing orders are hereby suspended for the remainder of the day's sitting. Government business is the order of the day.
Order number 7, sir. Order number 7, in the name of the Honourable Minister of Finance, in the Ministry of Finance, Economic Affairs, to move the passing of the resolution to approve in accordance with Section 4 of the Debt Conversion Counter Guarantee Act 2022-12, that Parliament approve A, the counter guarantee agreements with the Inter-American Development Bank and the Nature Conservatory of up to approximately Barbados $300 million to enable the government to buy back or prepay more expensive existing debt on the terms and conditions of the agreements. B, the conservation funding agreement for the purpose of paying the net savings over 15 years to a local trust which will manage conservation work. And C, the environmental and conservation commitment under the Conservation and Sustainability Commitment Agreement.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I beg your permission, sir, to read this order number 7 in conjunction with order number 8, given that both resolutions, Mr. Speaker, are inextricably linked.
The question is that order number 7 and order number 8 composed of a cognate debate in that they are inextricably linked. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
Thank you very much again, Mr. Speaker.
She had mentioned it to you? She had mentioned it to you?
Yeah, she called, just called me over.
I mean before.
No. Business. We commit to announcements, sir, by your honor.
I think it's important that this House stand in 1 minute silence in relation to the death of the Queen of England and the leader, the former Queen of England and the former leader of the Commonwealth. So let's stand and pay homage to
Government business resumed, sir. Minister Swan.
Honourable for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much again, Mr. Speaker. I rise this morning to commence this debate very clear in my own mind, sir, that just over 4 years ago, when we came to office, we indicated that we will transform Barbados whilst we pursue the critical reforms that will see a return to proper fiscal management in order to ensure, sir, that we engineered an economic recovery that included, sir, all Barbadians. And I recall very clearly, sir, when we started this journey then, that we signaled to the country at the time that our debt, as we found it, sir, was unsustainable, very high, and the extent to which Barbadians had seen and experienced, sir, a significant decay in the delivery of a range of public services was testimony, sir, to the fact that everything was out of sync as it relates to the macroeconomy. You would recall, sir, the state of the South Coast sewage plant, sir, the sewage flowing in the street, sir, which, incidentally, sir, created, in a real sense, some harm, significant harm, to the Graham Hall Sanctuary. And as I try to contextualize what we are doing here this morning and to remind Barbadians, sir, of the journey that we are still on, that this debate this morning for the government of Barbados, sir, to execute what we shall refer to as a debt for nature swap must be clearly understood in what has transpired in this country in recent times and what this government intends to do, sir, to help transform the lives of ordinary citizens. And whilst there has been much debate, sir, or should I say discourse, in recent times in relation to the government needing to be transparent about our debt and how we shouldn't do this or do that in relation to the International Monetary Fund, sir, as I go about my daily task, sir, of trying to right-size an economy against very, very, very significant headwinds, sir, all for the most part driven by clear external factors. I want to remind the country, sir, that this administration will stay the course that we have charted since we took office in May of 2018, and that there are things that will happen along the way, sir, that will create a little turbulence, that will cause you, sir, to pause and reassess how you need to navigate, sir, in very stormy and choppy waters. And certainly, the whole world has experienced very choppy waters, sir, particularly within the last two, and Barbados, sir, is no exception. So this debate this morning, sir, is not just historic in the context of Barbados and how we treat to our debt. It is not only transformational, sir, in the nature of what we have put together with the partners to come here, sir, to execute this debt for nature swap. But it is important, sir, that in the context for which people are saying the government needs to put more information into the public, sir, which we have done under the Public Finance Management Act. But even before that, sir, we have been publishing all of the related information in relation to the Burke Plan, sir, with every review of under the previous extended funds facility, sir. That information has been fully ventilated, sir, in the context of the public. And therefore, I say for the benefit of those within this space as well as those on the outside, sir, that when it comes to transparency, publishing of information, sir, this government is perhaps, sir, equal to none in relation to what we have done, not just in this parliament, sir, but in terms of what we have been able to do, certainly over the course of the last 4 years, to be able to share and consult, sir, as widely as possible with the widest possible of stakeholders to ensure that people stay the course. I start here, sir, because, for some context, when we took office, sir, our public debt was estimated at just over $17 billion, sir. 176% of our gross domestic product, sir. And let me repeat, sir. $17 billion we inherited as a government, sir. 176% of GDP, sir. And therefore, when these young persons, perhaps here in the gallery on the outside, sir, perhaps may pick up the daily newspapers recently, and questions are being asked about how is the government of Barbados, sir, going to repay the debt that we have borrowed. Yes, sir, we have. I wish to remind the public, sir, that as of the end of, this is September, the end of July, sir, end of August, actually, sir, the public debt of Barbados stands at approximately, sir, $13.4 billion. Now, sir, approximately, if you would do, sir, as we know, basic mathematics, one would come to the conclusion, sir, that 13 billion is less than 17. And therefore, when commentators are asking about how the government of Barbados is going to repay debt, I don't recall, sir, any of the people who are asking the questions about how we are going to repay 13.5 billion or so, sir, being so vociferous, sir, when it was 17 billion and climbing, but yet the range of public services being provided in this country, sir, had deteriorated to a point where Barbadians were fed up with the government of the day. Sewage on the street, sir, garbage can't get collected, sir. You're keeping food in your fridge for weeks on end because you ain't sure when the garbage truck can turn up, sir. People couldn't get work on time, couldn't get back home from work on time, sir, because there were no buses, sir, available for people to be able to go about their ordinary business, sir. People in this country, sir, couldn't get water. For a large part of rural Barbados, sir. But yet, sir, our debt was climbing. And therefore, the context of this debate is important because the government of Barbados, sir, this government, under the BERT program, sir, determined that we will do something to address the debt because 60 cents, sir, 62 actually, out of every dollar that we collected as revenue, sir, in 2018, we had to service debt. But what is particularly more important, sir, is to understand that not just that the 13.5 billion or so, sir, is less than 17, but the interest rates at which we are paying on the 13.5 billion, sir, are significantly less than what we were paying, sir, on the interest of 17 billion and counting, sir. And therefore, from a debt sustainability perspective, sir, all of us, sir, incur debt at some point. You want to buy a car, sir, you want a fridge from in town, you get your mortgage, sir. We know, within our own personal life, sir, that when we borrow money, sir, that we would like to borrow the money at the cheapest terms. Because it means that paying back that money, sir, allows us to have a little more in your pocket, sir, to do some of the other things that you would like to do. And therefore, when this debate, sir, is put in its historical context, I want the public, sir, to understand that, yes, the government of Barbados, within the last 2 years, borrowed monies, not because, sir, we wanted to borrow, no, sir. Not because we wanted to borrow, Because when we started the BERT program, sir, we had a program that was predicated on bringing our debt to GDP down to 60% by 2033. But COVID happened, sir. The economy lost $2 billion in 2020, sir, in activity. Almost all of the tourism workers, sir, didn't go to work, maybe 2 or 3 days for the most part, sir, of 2020, sir. All of the taxi people in Barbados, sir, were impacted. All the people that move goods and services, supplying tourism facilities, sir, were impacted in 2020. And as a result of that, sir, the government's revenue declined by $600 million in 2020, sir. Now, let me just say, for those who are commenting and for the purpose and for the benefit of the young people here this morning, context is important. Because when the debt was $17 billion and climbing, sir, there were those who said, do not restructure your debt, send home 7,000 public servants. That would cure the problem. This government, sir, determined that we will take a different path and that we will focus, sir, as a critical part of our BERT program to ensure that we can focus on people, sir, people. And yes, sir, we had to do some initial restructuring. We had to regrettably, sir, lay off a few people. But in laying off those people, sir, unlike the 3,500 that was done in 2013 or 14, sir, we put programs in place, sir, to ensure that those persons could be retrained, retooled, sir, as part of our RE program, sir, under the BERT program, to ensure that those persons will have a path, sir, back to sustainable work, sir. That is what this government did. That is what this government did, sir. No, sir. It is all about perspective. And as I say, sir, the people who are commenting now about our ability to repay $13.5 billion or so, sir, did not, in my memory, sir, were not concerned at the state of the economy in May 2018, sir, when we took office. Now, we know, sir, that we still have work to do. So this is not a case of us patting ourselves on the back, sir, because we know that because of COVID-19, sir, there are still too many people in Barbados right now who only working 3 or 4 days a week. And this government has been working to make sure that we can get the economy back up and running in a very hostile environment, sir, driven largely again by external factors. And sir, you would recall that in the last 18 months, let me remind through you, sir, the public, that in the last 18 months, we had to respond, sir, to the ashfall from the eruption of the volcano in St. Vincent, sir. Now, I want you to realize something, sir. There's a pattern here. If that was the last government, sir, they will still got ash in Barbados today because they let sewage flow on the streets, sir, for 3 years. But this government determined that we were not going to let that define us, and we put some people to work, sir, all across the length and breadth of Barbados to ensure that we can remove the ash, sir, in the shortest possible time so that we can get this Barbados economy, sir, back up and running. As soon as we thought, sir, that we were past that, you had a freak storm, sir, and then Hurricane Elsa in July. Inflicting damage, sir, on almost 2,000 homes in this country, sir. And, sir, who had to respond? The government. Because people, sir, were again impacted. And I know, sir, based on their history, that they would have left those people out in the wind. We took a decision, sir, that we were going to focus on how we can get these houses repaired and rebuilt as quickly as possible. Admittedly, sir, it has not gone smoothly, but the reality, sir, we are still committed to being able to solve that. But I want the public to understand, sir, that required, sir, additional cash resources that the government had to find to be able to respond to those persons. Because at any point in your history, sir, a government has to be able to respond to the needs of its people. And as you know, sir, Shortly after that Hurricane Elsa passed, we had the Delta surge in cases in the summer. And every time, sir, as our public health posture was at the time, we were obviously, given the intensity of the virus, we separated people from the population in order to limit the spread, sir. That costs money. As the COVID response, sir, costs money. And therefore, yes, sir, we borrowed money, but we didn't borrow money because, sir, we were as my grandmother would say, sir, that we were whatless. We borrowed money, sir, to ensure that we could respond to the needs of the people in the moment. In the moment, sir. But equally, sir, with the clear focus, as is the case, sir, with respect to the reconstruction of the houses, capital work, sir, to be able to hire people, sir, from all across left and right from Barbados, to put them to work in repairing these homes for ordinary Barbadians, sir. And therefore, yes, in the short term, our debt has increased. It has. But at 13.5 billion, sir, at significantly lower interest rates, our focus now as the government of Barbados, sir, is to ensure that we can get this economy back up and running. I would love, sir, for the war to done tomorrow so that things can normalize and we can get back to some sense of normalcy so that the cost of living, sir, which regrettably, as I indicated earlier, sir, those persons that working 3 and 4 days, which as you know, sir, if you're working 3 days, that's a 40% decline in your income. 4 days, sir, is 20%. And therefore, we need to get those persons back to a full work week, sir, because with the cost of living being driven externally by all of these things that are happening outside of Barbados, those persons, sir, are clearly feeling the pinch. But it's not feeling the pinch because of anything the government of Barbados has done, sir. We have put as much as we can, sir, mitigation efforts to be able to help ease the squeeze, as you would say, sir, for Barbadians. But we operate in a world, sir, that is very, very, very hostile, very dynamic, and Barbados, sir, operating in this space, we will be impacted. But this government, sir, I am proud to say, we have responded when the call has been made for us to respond. And whilst we can't do everything for everybody at the same time, sir, we have responded. And I believe, sir, that our track record speaks for itself. But I don't want anybody in the public to fear our ability to repay the debt that we have now. What we must focus on is how we are all going to put the best efforts to ensure, sir, that we can grow this economy from top to bottom, sir. And that people are included all the way through this specific process. So I leave that there, sir, for the moment, because context is important for us to understand that the government, in executing its public policy, sir, requires financing to be able to do that which we need to do, because whether we like it or not, sir, whilst our revenue projections are just over $3 billion for the fiscal year, the reality is, sir, is that I don't start April 1st with $3 billion saying, no, the Treasury, sir, that I can just decide, well, we can do this, and this, sir. We have to collect the money every day, every month, sir, in order to plan our expenditure, just like, sir, every household, every person that works, you know that you work in advance, effectively you're paid in arrears. It's the same with the government, sir. And therefore, in order to do things, you must be able to raise some level of financing or debt to be able to do that whilst you're able to plan the rest of your affairs. So let me come back to this resolution here very quickly, sir, because it's important that against that backdrop about and what we have done in relation to restructuring our debt in 2018, the domestic debt in 2018, sir, and the foreign debt in 2019, that created, sir, space for us to buy the trucks, sir, to buy the buses, to fix the issues on the Suez coast, sir, to be able to fix roads that were long in fixing, in need of repair, sir, for some time, and that work continues, sir, to be able to address, sir, a lot of the income tax arrears that people were owed, sir, a lot of the monies that the last government incurred, because they encourage a lot of small business people, sir, to provide services for them, and then they pay them. Outside of the $17 billion that I told you about, sir, officially as debt, there was just about $1.2 billion in unpaid bills to ordinary Barbadians, sir, that this government, over the course of the last 4 years, settled, sir. And you would recall, sir, that when I did the debt restructuring bill just across the way there, sir, in 2018, in that debt restructuring bill, sir, there was the Series F clause, sir, the Series F bonds, that at the time, based on the information that we had, sir, we set up that structure to repay persons over 42 months, sir, which you recall started April 1st of 2019. And if you count 42, sir, from April 2019, then you would come to the very clear conclusion, sir, that at the end of this month, September 2022, represents 42 months for which that Series F structure, that we, at the end of this month, sir, we will have repaid the arrears that the last government, sir, left for us to deal with, the majority of which, sir, were ordinary Barbadian businesses that they got services from and refused to pay. But this government, sir, did that all the way through the pandemic, sir. And at the end of this month, we can say that that $1.2 billion, sir, that was owed to Barbadians, that this Barbados Labour Party government, sir, would have honored the commitment, sir, that we said to the people under the debt restructuring. And whilst I accept, sir, that circumstances may have changed because of the pandemic, this government, sir, when we talk about debt transparency, sir, that is debt transparency because we, sir, determined that we will not do that which the last government did to people by encouraging them, sir, to come and provide goods and services to the government and then don't pay. So when they're talking about debt transparency, sir, let them talk about that because this government, sir, has tried its best to restore trust and integrity to the process, sir, with respect to the management of the public finances. This debt for nature swap, sir, this debt for nature swap, and the honourable member for St. Michael's South Central, the honourable member for St. Michael's South Central, but also the honourable member for St. Michael's sorry, sir. Both the honourable members for St. Michael's South and South Central have been a part of this journey with me, sir, since we announced that we will restructure our debt, sir. And you would forgive me, sir, if I used both of them interchangeably. But the reality is, sir, when we restructured our debt, we understood and we gave a commitment, certainly in our manifesto, that there were certain things that we needed to do. And we contemplated, sir, that once our debt was restructured, that we would have been able to do this debt for nature swap in the traditional sense, which would allow us to pursue some of these marine conservation efforts. So let me just explain, sir, very quickly, what this really means in the context of our debt management and what we're doing. So as it stands now, sir, as you know, and I'm sorry that I don't have because I think, can you get me a copy of the estimates? Just for as you know, sir, every year we come to this parliament for estimates, and we publish, sir, in Appendix D or E, I think it's Appendix D, in Appendix D of the estimates every year. Because again, I'm going back to transparency, sir, because there's some people, and just for the benefit of the young people in the chamber and those listening, when people talk about transparency, it sometimes is important that we understand that when information is public, and mind you, for the benefit of the public, this is available on Parliament's website. So whilst it may be a nice fact book, sir, it is important that Barbadians understand that the government of Barbados don't hide anything when it comes to debt, sir. So it's Appendix C, my apologies, sir, Appendix C of this book, and I will indulge the young people who are present here to go on Parliament's website, click on estimates, and you'll be able to get any of these documents here available. Every single loan, sir, that the government of Barbados has on its books, every one is published in this book. Every one. Also, the terms, the interest rates, everything, sir, is published in this book. So there ain't nothing to surprise nobody, sir, about what the government doing and hiding and all of that, sir. Everything is here. So I will say to those commentators, just take a little time. Just take a little time and go through and read instead of getting the paper, sir, and writing things to give the impression that the government hiding things. Every single loan, sir, outlined in Appendix C of this text. Every single one. Every single one. But I make that point, sir, because in this estimates of revenue and expenditure, within the amortization line, sir, amortization, sir, for the benefit of the public, just means you're paying back the principal, the money that you borrow, sir. The amortization line, as well as the interest payment, sir, because both are separated, every bit of interest is accounted for in this book. Every bit of amortization or payment of principal, sir, for the year is accounted in this book. And so for the purpose of this definition swap, I want to get the public to understand that if we, for example, sir, I'm not going to be, this is just an example. If the total interest that you're supposed to pay in any given year, sir, let's say that total interest is $300 million, it is accounted for here, just for example. If nothing changes, sir, this book allows the government of Barbados, because we late in Parliament, sir, it is passed here, it's debated here, and it gives us the authority, sir, to pay that $300 million to whoever holds the bond. So in Appendix C, if you have a little piece of any of the series in Appendix C, you will get a piece of the $300 million in interest, sir. If nothing changes, it means we will pay that $300 million approximately in the year. Now, from a budgetary perspective, sir, it means that if I want to allocate monies for housing, sir, I got to find money outside of that $300 million to give to housing. It means, sir, that if I have to fix the Water Authority needs some urgent money to fix something, sir, it means that you got to find money outside of that $300 million, sir, to do that. Because these monies, sir, have to be paid as they are committed. And if, for some reason, sir, when we have to pay this money, there are no resources available to do anything else, sir, it means that you have to look within your budget and make adjustments elsewhere in order to make those resources available. So we are committed, sir, for example, to pay that $300 million in interest. What this resolution, these two resolutions, are going to allow us to do, sir, very interesting. We're already paying the interest, it's already committed. And therefore, the swap, which we're engaging with Credit Suisse and CIBC here in Barbados, and I'll speak to that as part of the second resolution, sir, is allowing us to do is to buy back a portion of the existing debt at a lower interest rate, sir. But since we were already committed, sir, to paying, for example, $300 million in interest, in exchange for buying back the debt, sir, at a lower interest rate, the commitment, sir, is that we will divert a portion of the existing interest payments, sir, to do some marine conservation work, sir, critical work that is required to be able to help sustain and build out, sir, the blue economy in Barbados. Now, it does not impact the budget of the Ministry of Environment, sir, because these are specific commitments that we are doing. And so, for example, now, sir, it means that out of that interest payment, we might be able to get 20 or 30 million, depending on how much space is created, to be able to divert into that space, just as an example. As an example. But what we are doing here, sir, just from a conceptual perspective, you're paying interest at a certain rate now. We're going to buy it back at a lower rate, sir. And therefore, the difference, the savings, is what we are saying we're going to divert now, sir, into the local trust, the Barbados Environmental and Sustainability Fund, over the next 15 years, sir, over the next 15 years, to help deal with a number of very critical marine and conservation commitments, which I will allow honourable members, the member for Christchurch West Central, and I know the member for St. Michael South will elaborate further on those commitments. But what this transaction allows us to do is to use, sir, existing debt payments that we must make. Because as you know, sir, when you put it in here and you say that you're doing it for X, you really can't turn around and do away with it. So just for the benefit of the young people here today, the reason we are here to do this resolution is because as it stands, sir, the law says we have to pay our debt in full whenever it becomes due. And therefore, when we're talking about diverting debt now, we ain't talking about nobody can't win the money or nothing so. We are talking about the permission that this Parliament has granted, sir. When we came here about a month ago or so, sir, and we passed the Debt Conversion and Counter Guarantee Act, sir. And therefore, the notion of diverting debt, sir, is not to be in any way associated with anything negative. We have an agreement that we have made that is supported by the Inter-American Development Bank, sir. The Nature Conservancy as partners within the guarantee that allows us, sir, to use those debt savings over the next 15 years to do additional work within the marine and the environmental space. And therefore, as a responsible government, sir, we have been looking for avenues to be able to execute this. But let me just stick a pin there, sir, very quickly, because the reason it's taken 4 years, sir, because it's important. Remember I said this technical conversation started when we announced that we were going to restructure our debt because we knew an opportunity would arise. Ordinarily, sir, when a country restructures its debt, it usually would say, sir, you know, you're in trouble. You need some help. So the signal to the market is something that is less than confident. Now, you would recall, sir, we restructured our domestic debt end of September of 2018, and we launched the debt exchange in October, and everything was wrapped up nice and neat, sir. Within a 2-3 month period, all the terms were agreed. By the time, sir, we settled the external debt in 2019, as you recall, sir, we had already met the primary target of 3.5% surplus at the end of March 2019, and we were well on our way, sir, to achieving the 6% primary surplus, which, as part of the original BERT program, were the critical targets to be met. And as you would expect, sir, having come to office, the truth is, whilst we were new to government, the people on the other side of the table, sir, were still doubtful about whether Barbados, and certainly this government, would be able to do that which they say that they wanted to do. And therefore, as we continue, sir, to perform and do that which we said we will do, the International Monetary Fund, sir, in publishing their reviews, confirmed or validated as an independent arbiter that Barbados was doing, we were doing, sir, what we said that we would do. The confidence, sir, the confidence by the external creditors was quite extraordinary. Because normally when, as I said, when you conclude your debt restructuring, people want to get back the money fast. So they're prepared to sell, sir, at a discount very quickly to be able to get out, because people's focus in a debt restructuring when things looking a little queasy is that they will say, look, I can take 80 cents on the dollar, I can take 75 cents on the dollar to get out of this here, because I ain't sure whether I can get back my money. And therefore, bond prices in a normal circumstance for debt restructuring will settle somewhere in the 80s, sir, mid-80s, lower 80s, depending on your credit quality and your history. And the truth is, sir, I believe in my heart of hearts, even though it took longer than we would have liked to finish the external debt restructuring, in the end, it actually turned out to be a positive thing, because by the time we finished, the external creditors had seen what Barbados said it would do happening. And so our bonds continue to trade, sir, at par. And for the benefit of the young people, at par means $1 for $1. $1 for $1, sir. At one point, sir, the debt was trading at 101, 102, which means that people were actually prepared to pay more to get some more Barbados out on the market, sir, because the confidence was such, based on what we were doing at the time, sir, confidence was such that people were prepared to pay more for these very Eurobonds that we come here today to buy back. They were prepared to pay more in order to get PCD action. So if the Honourable Member for St. Thomas had a PCD Eurobond, sir, and the Honourable Member for St. James South wanted to get some, she would have to give her above par or premium, sir, in order for the Honourable Member for St. Thomas to relinquish that thing. That is not a normal thing, sir. And so when we finish the debt restructuring, and the Honourable Member for St. Michael South will tell you, we would meet and we trying to figure out, oh boy, how we can do this thing here now, because the whole idea of being able to do this thing is to be able to buy back the debt at a lower price, to create those savings, to be able then to execute this thing called a debt for nature swap. So we had to start fresh, sir, because all through the COVID pandemic, the debt continued to trade at 101.99, 101, 100.99, maybe go down to 98, come back up to 101, 100, sir, for the most part. Only when the war started this year in February, sir, we saw the bond prices go down. But then, as things started to level out with uncertainty, the bond prices now have come back up to around 96 or 97, sir. Again, nothing that Barbados did. This is all to do with the fact that interest rates were rising and uncertainty within the context of the international market. So we had to go to the IDB and TNC, and it's taken about 2 years now of back and forth, sir, trying to get the structure right, to be able to come up with this innovative mechanism that allows for them to do what is called the counter guarantee, to be able to put us in a position here today, sir, where we can come to this Parliament, do this resolution, we can buy back, sir, through Credit Suisse and CIBC, buy back that portion of the debt here, the Eurobond as well as Series E from here. In effect, sir, reissue a new instrument that will then allow us to use, as I say, sir, the existing debt payments, those savings, which we estimate, sir, that over the next 15 years would be somewhere between 30 million to 40 million US dollars. It all depends, sir, on the exact rate on closing on September 19th or 20th, sir. The exact rate that everything is closed at will determine, sir, what those savings will be over the next 15 years. And therefore, over the next 15 years, once we close this transaction, the Barbados Environmental and Sustainability Fund will receive, sir, those debt service payments as they come due under the circumstance here. As they come due, those savings will then go in to the fund, a fund which is, no, and this is not a government fund, sir, it is not a government fund. This is a fund in which, yes, the government of Barbados has representation, but you have the Nature Conservancy, having representation on it. The University of West Indies, sir, representation on it. So this is not a government fund. This is a fund that is intended to be able to execute very specific marine conservation and environmental commitments, sir, over and above that which the Ministry of Environment and its agencies will do in the normal budgetary process, and therefore, sir, allowing us to be able to use, in a very creative way, existing debt payments to do more within building out, sir, the blue economy space. And therefore, sir, it is a transformational moment for the country, because this type of thing, sir, we would love to see right across the region, because as we have to respond to the climate crisis, sir, it means that I don't have to, for the moment, sir, hurt my head about where we can find the money to do these things. As the Honourable Member for St. Michael South every year would come and say, Minister, we need to find some money to do this, and we said, but we got to do the swap, because the money going to come from the swap. So we had to delay, and then COVID hit, delay, but we are in a position now, sir, that we know where the resources will come from to be able to accelerate, sir, a lot of the work that when Barbados, I think Barbados was the first country to announce we had a Ministry of the Blue Economy. And the reality is that this now will help accelerate, sir, a lot of activities within that space. I know that there were plenty of consultations done pre-COVID. Those will continue as per usual, but the reality is, sir, this is going to be a transformation moment for the country, and therefore I hope that, and I shall repeat it wherever I go, because it is important to understand when people talking, sir, that the government ain't hiding nothing. We ain't hiding anything, sir. And therefore, for the young people listening, take the time to just do a little bit of research. Don't worry about the 2-minute sound bites on social media and the things that, if you want to know what's going on in the world, sir, you got to take a little time to come to get the right source of information. And there's nothing wrong with asking questions, you know, sir, because the truth is, I don't understand everything. And if I don't understand something, I can ask a question. Because if something is settled in my own mind, I can feel comfortable committing to something. And therefore, the government accepts that people will have questions. We accept, sir, that people will have questions, because this is new. This is new, and this is not something that happens every day in the world. This is new, sir. And this government, in promising that we will transform the way that things are done in Barbados, sir, it actually means that you got to do something new. Because if you keep doing the same things that the last government was doing, sir, then you know what would have happened to this country if we had found ourselves in that situation with COVID besetting us. You have to do something new, sir. And this government, in charting a course to get out of the situation that we found ourselves in, we got to upgrade our systems, we got to improve things, but you have to do things differently and do new things. And this, sir, is part of the new things that we are doing in this country to bring back some measure of respectability, sir, to the name of Barbados. Now, sir, the terms and conditions, and I will go through very quickly, the terms and conditions, and I speak very quickly, sir, now to the special loans, which we're also doing as a cognate debate. So 150 million, sir, Barbados dollars will be bought back by First Caribbean as part of the 300 million buyback. 150 million, sir, with respect to Credit Suisse, in order to buy back and prepare existing higher cost debt, to utilize the savings to finance, as I said, sir, marine conservation in Barbados. So again, we took a unique approach, because ordinarily, sir, when you do these things, you only have one investment bank that would normally do it. But we said, sir, we're going to take a bit of on the foreign side, let the international agency do that, which is Credit Suisse. On the domestic side, sir, CIBC, First Caribbean, right here in Barbados, local local bank, sir, in order to execute this. Now, what is important, sir, is that Wells Credit Suisse, sir, and this is important to understand. Now, there's domestic debt and there's foreign debt. The critical part of this is that whilst we are engaging two entities, there's actually going to be foreign exchange savings for the country. Because, as I said, the diversion of both the foreign debt component, the Eurobond, to go into the sustainability fund actually means that we don't have to use foreign exchange to repay the creditors in the original context, and therefore the country actually saves foreign exchange by diverting those funds into the local trust for us to be able to accelerate the conservation efforts. And therefore, it is important to understand that the way that we have structured this actually will benefit the country certainly over the next 15 years. And even though it may be small relative to the overall foreign exchange that the country has to use, every instance, sir, where we can do more of this, it means that the country, sir, will be better off over the long term. So, Credit Suisse, sir, as I said, $150 million US term loan. There's a 42 months grace period. The maturity, as it says here, sir, September 2037. Again, 15 years. 24 semi-annual payments of 3.125 US. There's a margin of 0.95%, and the margin here, sir, just speaks to the spread over and above the fixed rate, which is 4.15 at the disbursement date. For First Caribbean, sir, same grace period, 42 months. Term is September 2037, 15 years. There's 24 semi-annual payments of Barbados 6.25 million, 3.25 interest rate, which is fixed, and obviously other fees for arranging the loan is actually there. So nothing out of the ordinary, but significant savings, sir, and depending on where the final buyback comes, will determine, sir, how much of the savings we will actually get to be able to advance the transaction. As it relates to the IDB and TNC, sir, when we started this process very quickly, sir, we had contemplated just 100 million US when the conversation started. And it's interesting that as I speak, sir, there's a narrative in relation to how confident people are in Barbados from the outside, but there's some amongst us, sir, who don't seem to share the same view. Because as you know, sir, when people are prepared to put their money where their mouth is, then you understand the level of confidence that they have. So when the conversation started, sir, the IDB was going to put in, guarantee, sir, 75 million. The Nature Conservancy, they were going to put in 25 million US, coming to 100 million US total. Now, for the benefit of the public, sir, the IDB is rated AAA, Nature Conservancy AA. People in Barbados may recall when Barbados used to be AA at one point, and that seemed like so long ago, sir. And had not for the pandemic, I'm sure that we would have been much closer to getting back there. But that's a subject, sir, for another day. But it's important to understand that credit ratings matter, because when we get those 23 downgrades, sir, it almost seemed like every month we'd be getting a downgrade. But when we were getting those downgrades, sir, it really matters, because it speaks to your credit quality. But nevertheless, sir, these two agencies, throughout the course of our discussions and seeing what Barbados had done, even in the middle of the pandemic, sir, in the middle of the pandemic, they agreed earlier this year, both of them, that they will augment their original commitment, and therefore the IDB now, sir, has agreed to guarantee 100 million US and TNC $50 million US. And therefore, this is how we have been able to come here now, sir, to even increase over and above the original forecast savings to get to between 30 and 40 million US, depending, as I said, sir, as to the final range of the buyback, so that we can actually realize more savings. The truth is, sir, you can't want more an expression of higher confidence in what this government has been able to do, not just from a financial perspective, but more so, sir, because as we have responded to ensure that persons' needs are addressed as best as we could, given the circumstances, sir, the international community looking at Barbados and looking at the way that Barbados have been governed under the leadership of the Prime Minister for the last 4 years and few months, few months. There is a substantive difference, sir, in the mindset of people in Barbados today than it was when we took office 4.5 years ago, because there was doubt. People have seen the track record of this government, sir, and therefore this transaction, these terms and conditions before this chamber today, was you will read it and you figure, oh, it's only 100 million, it's only 50 million. There's been an evolution, sir, in us getting here, which is really a response to our stewardship, sir, of being a responsible government, managing in extreme circumstances, sir. And therefore, this story, this narrative, sir, is twofold, in my view. There are people who would wish, sir, for some reason, that the facts are not the facts. And I don't know why you would want, after the last 2 years, why you would want people to continue to suffer. I don't know why you would want that. But the other part of this is that this government, sir, in spite of the challenges, as I said, we have soldiered on. And our record has been a sharp contrast, sir, to those who are now writing in the paper every day, which is their right. But I wonder sometimes how the editors perhaps may not be as forceful, because, or analytical for that matter, because, sir, as you know, everything is connected. So when we come to the Parliament next year, sir, and produce this document in March, in this document, you will see specifically, yes, debt service, but you're going to see debt service going to, by the estimates, next year, you will see debt service going into the Environmental and Sustainability Fund. And that debt service going there, sir, is not going to cost Barbadians any more money. We're not coming in the people's pocket for more money to do that, sir. And therefore, we must understand that we are trying our very best, sir. Yes, we had to borrow to respond to the circumstances that we had. Yes, we have some issues to resolve in relation to the last 18 months and how that has really offset not just people, but create a little bit of fiscal imbalance for government because of the aggressive demand for cash. And therefore, if we didn't plan for that, sir, and I forgot to mention, sir, that we also recapitalized the NIS last summer too. Because you will remember, sir, those persons who were laid off in 2020, they had to get the unemployment benefits by law. And as you know, sir, I think it was section 32 or 33 of the NIS, if my memory serves me correctly, when there's a shortfall, who has to put in the money, sir? The government. And therefore, when you have such an aggressive demand for cash, sir, you have to find ways, not just of responding, but right-sizing your public finances, sir. And therefore, this debate this morning, sir, whilst to some may seem out of place, the reality is that we are continuing our commitment, sir, to be able to ease the burden on ordinary people and finding innovative ways of using what you already got, sir. As my grandmother would tell me, use what you got, skipper. Use what you got. And using what we have now, sir, we are able to unlock now opportunities within the blue economy space that I believe, sir, that thousands of ordinary Barbadians, once we expose them to it, sir, will take those opportunities up. And therefore, this transaction, in my view, just like how engaging with the IMF provides a catalytic role for multinational banks to come in and help support programs, I believe, sir, that this specific transaction here today, whilst will provide those monies over the next 15 years, this too will be a catalyst for us to be able to access more resources to deal with the marine space, our environmental commitments as we respond to the challenges of the climate crisis. This will be a catalyst, sir, for being able to access more funds. And therefore, we are doing this not to pat ourselves on the back, sir, but to make sure that as we engineer an updated BERT plan, sir, taking cognizance of the fact that we've taken a hard lash or a hard cuff in our guts over the last 2 years because of COVID, but it didn't take the wind out of our sails, sir. We just paused, collected ourselves, and charted a different course on the basis of what we were facing. But the mission remained the same, sir. Right. The mission remains the same. And therefore, these two resolutions together, sir, these two resolutions together, I believe, will prove in time to be significant catalysts for how the government of Barbados is going to continue to lead, not just our international advocacy, but as we said, sir, we ain't just talking the talk, we walking the walk, sir, by being able to show people that just give us a chance. Give us a chance. And I would like, sir, the next 3 years that nothing don't happen in the world. Because I would just like, sir, they just my wish, I would just like to be able to get on with doing things so that people minds can be put at ease. But I know the world don't operate so. And therefore, whatever we face, sir, we must continue, sir, to be innovative, creative, working with all of our partners, sir, in good faith. And therefore, I'm asking Barbadians, when the Ministry of Environment, because this is, you see, sir, at this stage, when we finish this transaction, my part basically done. I just gotta get them the money, and they will get the money. So we've done quite a bit of work over the last 2 years in particular, and I really want to take this opportunity now, sir, to thank, through the AG, his officers in the Solicitor General's chambers, because the back and forth, sir, with these documents to get these things done, as you would appreciate, sir, because you got a guarantee with the IDB, you got a guarantee with the TNC, you're working with the two banks, and therefore the lawyers in the middle, sir, just trying to make sure that everything that all the I's dotted, sir, and the T's crossed to make sure that everything is in place. And I really want to thank those officers for working very aggressively over the course of the last few months in particular to be able to put us in this position. As it relates to the CPC, drafting of these resolutions and getting everything in place for us to be able to do this today, I thank them as well, sir. The officers in the Ministry of Environment and the Coastal Zone and the Rooster Reefs program, I also thank them personally, sir, because whilst there is a lot of back and forth in relation to the commitments, I believe, sir, that what we have brought here with respect to milestones and how we will achieve them, I believe will be a transformational element in terms of how Barbados can become, again, sir, a world leader with respect to environmental advocacy. But I also want to thank my officers in the Ministry of Finance too, sir, because without their drive, the officers in the Public Investment Unit who coordinated with everybody to be able to get this done, tremendous work, sir, in the background that certainly over the course of the last 6 weeks or so, when everything was just coming together, you just needed to make sure that everything was in place, sir. Tremendous, but you still had other work to do. And we're still doing other work, sir. And therefore, as I look at the work that is to be done going forward, I say to the officers that the hard work certainly that you have undertaken to bring us to this stage is good work, but now the proof of the pudding, sir, as they say, is in the eating. And therefore, in achieving these environmental commitments, the whole of Barbados now really has to get on board and be engaged. I know the ministry and the Honourable Member for St. Michael South in particular led a series of consultations with a range of stakeholders, sir. And he will be able to articulate, sir, some of the issues, the concerns, the positives, in terms of where we're at. But the reality is, sir, as you know, sargassum continues to be a threat. The reef infrastructure, sir, needs to be addressed. The fisheries, all of these things, sir, need to be clearly understood and managed sustainably. And therefore, as we contemplate, sir, a new vision of being able to build out the blue economy space, the work within that has to be led by the officers within the Ministry of Environment in collaboration, as we said, sir, with the university and others who will be brought on board. But we will provide the resources, and as I said, sir, this transaction will act as a catalyst for more resources to be brought into the space for us to be able to get this done. And so, sir, the terms and conditions of both resolutions are clear for all to see. It allows us, sir, to be able to access already available resources, if you like, sir, to divert to do something else. And that diversion, sir, will be adequately reflected in these estimates so that nobody, when they come next year and ask what part of the money gone, sir, because I want the youngsters to understand, when you're looking at the numbers here, you look at the forward estimates, you will see a certain number in the forward estimates. Because if nothing changed, sir, the forward estimates remain the same based on the existing trajectory. So when next year you see the forward estimates change, the forward estimates will only change, sir, because we've come to Parliament, passed these resolutions. They will be reflected, sir, in the next round of these estimates, so that for the mischievous person out there who's talking about debt transparency and the like, understand that this government, unlike the last, and I know there will be an opportunity for us to discuss matters in relation to the Auditor General's report at a later date, sir, but when it comes to these matters, sir, I believe that anybody who will come to this place and audit what we have done, sir, will be proud to know that we've done it the right way in relation to getting these matters resolved. And so, sir, these resolutions, I believe, will be transformational in helping us to be able to better manage our resources. I could not be prouder, sir, to stand here this morning and share a few thoughts with members and the public in relation to what the government continues to do to bring about further fiscal discipline, order to the management of the public finances. And I hope that the young people who have been here today, perhaps at some point in the future, sir, will be able in 15 years' time, sir, to be able to engineer another definition swap or some other swap in 15 years' time as we hand the baton, sir, over to them in this place in order to make sure, sir, that Barbados continues to thrive and to remain, sir, on a sustainable footing. And with those very few words, sir, I beg to move that this resolution will pass.
Honourable Member for St. Michael South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I want to begin, of course, by supporting the resolutions, but also by thanking the Honourable Member who just spoke for the thorough way in which he approached both the financial components and with the level of clarity that he spoke to the environmental commitments as well. And so I feel as if my contribution now could be a lot shortened, considering the justice that the Minister did to both components of this bill, this resolution, sir. Before I begin, I would obviously want to thank the Ministry of Finance, and particularly the Minister in the Ministry of Finance. I would want to thank the former Minister in the Ministry who was responsible for a lot of the economic matters, sir. The Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central, who did a lot of work with me in the initial phases, sir. And I now would wish to thank the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central, who is Minister of the Environment, in whose capable hands, sir, the success of this project will now lie. And I have no doubt, sir, that he will do an amazing job in delivering to the people of Barbados, sir. This particular debt swap, sir, means a lot to me. And I must tell you, sir, as the minister who was responsible for a lot of the work in the initial phases, sir, it was one of the things that I had hoped to be able to deliver during my term as minister. And in a 3-year period, it was not, 3.5-year period, I was not able so to do, but that I am filled with joy and glee this morning, sir, because we have done for the people of Barbados, sir, particularly the people who make their living on the sea, by the sea, through the sea. We are doing justice, sir, to their cause here this morning. And for me, this has been a long time coming. But I knew that someday a change was going to come. But if you want to... St. John Rising. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, sir, this is really... I am really happy to be here and to be part of this conversation, sir. Because when I explain in a little bit more detail this process, you would see this has not been easy. And it speaks to the resilience and the commitment of the government, sir. And I am happy to be part of it. If I were to title my speech, my very short speech, I think the minister has done very well. It would be, sir, that we today will be speaking on the principle, the process, the product, the promises, and the people. And it is important to understand all 5 of these components, sir, because it sets the context and the tone for what we set out to do, how we were going to do it, why we were going to do it, and the way the people would benefit at the end of the process, sir. So, sir, in the principle, sir, you understood as a member of this government, sir, but as a man who's distinguished himself and conducts himself with probity and integrity, sir, the principle that drove us was that at the end of the day, we were not going to place a future burden on the people of Barbados, and that we were going to conduct ourselves with a certain sense of decorum and integrity in all of our matters and in all of our affairs. And I must tell you, sir, that when we came to this ministry, there was a view held by many on the international scene, and we seem to have forgotten because 2018 we came and we restored confidence to the country, but many people seem to have forgotten that even our international brand was so badly damaged that people were afraid to do business with Barbados. And that through the immediate leadership of the Honourable Prime Minister of this country, sir, we were able to put Barbados back on steady footing, sir. And people have forgotten. And I feel it's incumbent on us in this room to ensure that people no longer forget. Because what we had to do to get to this point, sir, is Herculean. And it did not need to be so. And the fact is, sir, that as I listened to the honourable member who just spoke before me, and the way that people are criticizing a debt that is less than the debt that they left. They are criticizing us for a debt that is less than the debt that they left. In circumstances where the reason that they found themselves in debt was mismanagement, and the reason that we found ourselves with a little more debt than we had planned to, sir, was proper management. It is inconceivable to me. And the arrogance of it, the total gall, sir, for persons who come and argue about these things, sir, when the reality is also this. And I have a feeling, sir, if you are causeless, you should talk less. And I can think of no cause that the former government can properly associate themselves with, sir, whether it is in the social space, whether it is in the environmental space, whether it is in agriculture. And when you think about it, sir, Worse yet, so in this case, they had no argument, but worse yet, when you think about what they did in the financial space, and the embarrassment and the shame in the education space, let us not forget, sir. And I feel as if we must remind the country, because in every possible area, the former government put us in this position. They put us in this position, sir, and through some very difficult waters, sir, then made worse by COVID, ashfall, and all the different things, sir, that we would have mentioned before, sir. We found ourselves having to deal with some very difficult circumstances, but built on a principle of good governance, a principle of integrity, sir, and a principle that seeks to put people first at all times. We said who we were when we did the Covenant of Hope. We said what we would stand for when we did the Covenant of Hope. This should not surprise anybody. In fact, our 2018 manifesto spoke to the blue economy. Our 2018 manifesto spoke to a debt swap. Take a look at it, sir. So we didn't stumble on this. This is not something that we woke up and say, look, we got debt. This was a strategic move. A passion project, yes, but a strategic move. A move, sir, that meant to place Barbados back in the international landscape in a way, sir, that we could feel proud. I'd heard Barbados' name being called before we came into this place. I had heard people saying Guyana won't even take the Barbados dollar, or we forgot. I had heard people saying when we go to meetings overseas, the ministers can't be found to show up and they're gone and they spend the day gallivanting. Or have we forgotten? And that when we came into office, sir, we restored not only the dollar, but we restored the faith of the international community, the regional community, the local community, and beyond restoring it, sir, Barbados now leads the Caribbean, sir, as a beacon of hope. Least we forget. And I feel, sir, that in the next few years, sir, because the opposition seem to think, as my mother used to say, that my tongue lock on the top of my mouth. That we can't speak, sir. And that we are so focused on doing the people's business that we forgot that we are in a political game. And that the problem with the Democratic Labour Party when they're in office, sir, is that they only understand the political game. And we came, sir, we do what we have to do. We manage an economy, sir. We focus on the people, sir. But if they want to fight, well, bring it. Because I know, sir, that I stand on the side of justice. And that what we are doing, sir, is fundamentally right, sir. When we started this debt swap, the guidance that I got from the PM wasn't much, you know. The PM didn't say, Minister, I want this and this and this. The PM said the people of this country must not have a burden placed on them going forward. That was it. Minister, do not place a greater burden on this country. Go and seek the best deal for Barbados. And the minister in the Ministry of Finance, sir, just laid it out. Just laid it out. We had thought, sir, this was going to be a simple process. Let me tell you, sir, Mr. Speaker, sir, when I sat down to do this debt swap, the history of these debt swaps made it seem as if countries in the position Barbados was in would go out, you owe so many people, like if I owe you $1, sir, but you know I ain't got no money. And another man come and say, don't worry about Kurt dollar, I can give you 85 cents. Well, you know I would never pay you that $1. So you can take the man's 85 cents. That is the principle. We had thought people would say, well, Barbados is in this position, and somebody else would take less money for the debt. But true to the work of the Prime Minister, the honourable ministers in the ministry, who came back, sir, and led the economic recovery, sir, that was supposed to be long-term, confidence came back to the country almost immediately. Almost immediately. And while that is good, sir, for the economic component of it, it wasn't good for me. Because what that meant was that nobody was taking Barbados' debt at a reduced rate. So it was not a case where you would say, Kurt, the person speaking, sir, owes you $1. And another man can pay you 85 cents. You said, no, I have confidence that I will be able to get my dollar from this man. I am sticking with this man. People decided, we know Barbados will be able to pay its debt. We are sticking with Barbados. The same people who would not have lent Barbados a cent previously, sir, because of the way the country was managed. So we restored confidence immediately, sir, to the calculation, sir, of how we were going to go forward. And sir, so when we sat down to do this, sir, there were some things in my mind that were clear. We could not leave a future burden on the country. And also, sir, that we must never sell the birthright of Barbadians, sir, to anybody for anything, because 30 pieces of silver would never be worth it, and we were going to protect the ocean space, sir, but in a way that it would have to be that the people own the ocean. The people own the benefit of it, sir. There is a poem by Frank Coleman, sir, that used to guide me when I was minister responsible for maritime, sir. It was called Ode, A Hymn to the Sea, and in his beginning, his opening line, sir, he says, like all who live on small islands, we must always remember the sea. And for all of us in this room, sir, whether we think we are in different ministries or not, whether we think that what is important is in the social sector, the finance sector, sir, if we don't get what's happening in the ocean space, right, all of us are in trouble because this is really an existential threat. Barbados may not exist if we do not get a lot of these issues pertaining to climate change made right, sir. And so when we look at the leadership of the Prime Minister in this process, to be able to chart the path for Barbados, sir, not because, you know, the Prime Minister wants to go on the international stage and make these points, sir, this is important. We, Barbados, potentially, like other small island developing states, could potentially not be here. If we allow the sea to rise at a rate that is unchecked, temperatures to continue to soar, most of the fish in our ocean, sir, are already, sir, at their maximum thermal capacity. Meaning that a slight increase in the temperature, sir, will see us losing everything. All the fishermen out of whack. The coral dead. Tourists incoming. Sir, this is really a very serious issue, sir. So what has been the process? How did we get here? I must tell you, sir, when that swap was put in the manifesto and our work on the blue economy, I never thought I would be the person who had to do it. So when I came in, I had a period of immediate learning. I had to learn certain things. I mean, I'm fast to find myself up to scratch. I'm thankful to my colleagues, sir, because we were learning together, and many of them, sir, gave me some guidance on a number of important things, sir. And immediately when we reached out to the Nature Conservancy, TNC, we were able to begin that conversation about what is important in the ocean space and how do we frame this discussion on a debt swap. Sir, the debt swap was going to be, for me, a salvation. I remember there was an article written, sir, when I became minister, by a person who is said to be associated with the other side. He says not. But the article said, sir, with all the things in this blue economy and all the things that the minister wants to do and the government is promising, there will never be money made available to be able to do them. This part right, part wrong. Because our limited resources, sir, as a small island state, sir, our resources are finite. So we obviously did not have resources, sir, to do a lot of these things. And the moment any of the builders in here, the Honourable Member for Christchurch West will tell you, the moment you put anything into the sea, you're talking about 3, 4, 5 times the cost of things. It is very expensive work in the ocean. So a lot of what we were doing, sir, would be costly. I remember going to the first and the second estimates, sir, meeting with the Prime Minister and my good friend who sits to my right here, and saying that these are the things I want to do and this is how much I think it will cost, and put it into the budget. I did. Only to be told, Minister, you will get your money when you conclude this debt swap. You will get the money to do the things you need to do from the debt swap to be able to help drive them, because the government doesn't have to do everything. The government has to set the framework within which things can be done, but that the government doesn't have to be able to do everything. So when I started talking about this marine spatial plan and you know, marine protected areas and stuff and what I was going to cost, we were supposed to get it from the debt swap. And sir, because I never got the debt swap in my time, needless to say, I never got the money. But I am pleased that we now have it, and that the Honourable Minister of Environment will be able to do some transformative, innovative work in the blue economy, sir, that will redound to people. And you know, sir, the government really overperformed. And we have a way, sir, Barbadians, And this government has a way of being very humble. You know, we don't like to boast about the things we have achieved. But the government overperformed in terms of the management of the economy, sir, in those early days and in that early stage, sir. The government performed so well, sir, that the honourable member for Christchurch East Central, who just spoke, would tell you, sir, that our debt was trading above par. This is so unprecedented. In most cases, sir, when you find yourselves with an economy, sir, that was as fractured as ours was when we came in, that the former government left the economy tattered, broken. When we came in, sir, in those cases, you would expect to be able to make those deals, but we did not, sir. And when you say that your debt was trading above par, it meant that instead of people saying to me, back to our analogy, that they would take 85 cents for the dollar, people say, if you want that dollar, I know Kurt can pay. Well, sorry, I know that the honourable member will pay. You have to give me $1 plus. You have to pay me more than what is owed on the principal. This was unprecedented. So you would find that in Belize, they were able to secure their debt swap quick because the same faith was not given to Belize. And Belize was trading, I think they went in at 55 cents or 60 cents to the dollar. We were in a similar position, you know. But because of the way we managed the debt in those early days, sir, our position just shifted. This would not be on the cards, sir, if we had kept the way with the former administration, sir. And so I found myself, sir, without those resources to be able to do what I wanted to do. And, sir, we therefore found ourselves without a model. Because the model that was promised as the debt swap model, the one that I knew and that I had spent my first year studying so well, did not work for Barbados. Because Barbados performed in a way that made that model irrelevant. Because that model depended on the weakness almost and the loss of confidence by the international community in your bonds. But that didn't happen for us. So we had to go back to the drawing board. And when we went back to the drawing board, sir, this point is critically important. When we went back to the drawing board, there wasn't anything that we built it on. The model that you see that is before the country now, that is before the parliament now, the model, sir, that we are using, sir, as our debt conversion basis, sir, is a model that was developed in Barbados that will now be used for the rest of the world, sir, to be able to do things like this. This is a homegrown, indigenous program, sir, that will bring Barbados back to its position on the top, sir. This is so transformative. Because many people had thought when the debt swap in its original manifestation and iteration did not occur, that we would not be able to get anything done at all. Sir, I must tell you, I had nights where I felt a little bit despondent myself because I could not understand how we were going to be able to provide the monies that we would need, sir, to be able to do the work that we had to do. And understand when I say, sir, that we went to estimate, sir, it meant that if I did not get these monies from one place, the monies had to come from some other place. Because we were faced with 4 options, in my opinion. We could do nothing, leave it as it is, and in 4 years, 5 years in the future, the environment, the marine space, sir, will be gone pretty much as we know it. So doing nothing was not an option. We could have borrowed the money, sir, but the Prime Minister gave me a directive, as I told you, sir, no matter what you do, you cannot increase the future burden on Barbados and on Barbadians, sir. We could also have determined that we had to create our own model. We had to go, sir, find something that was brand new, that nobody else had, sir, and try to figure it out. That is what we did, sir. Or we could have stuck with the model that wasn't going to work. We created a brand new model, sir. This is not the experience of Seychelles. And Seychelles got a lot of forward, sir, when they did their debt swap for a much smaller amount than we have done. And what that model did for Seychelles, sir, the debt swap did for Seychelles was that it allowed other people to invest into Seychelles. I am confident that this would allow other people to invest also into Barbados. It is different from what Belize did, sir. So we had modeled our principle on that idea, sir, but, you know, Barbados always different. You know, beautiful, beautiful Barbados, gem of the Caribbean Sea. with the Atlantic Ocean properly placed. But, sir, we must recognize, sir, that for us, for most of us, sir, we did not go into this thing thinking that we would have to create a new model, sir. And we had to do so. We found ourselves, sir, either we were going to reallocate resources, which meant, sir, if you reallocate resources, what does that mean in real terms? Because a lot of people probably wouldn't understand what it is that we're doing, sir. We are not taking on additional debt. We are not borrowing money to do this. We've actually lowered the burden in a way on the country because the money that would have been paid out into interest is now being used to pay for things in country. But what does this mean in real terms, sir? Sir, in real terms, this means that the money that we would have probably be spending otherwise on the environment or on health care or in education or in the social sector, agriculture, in justice, we would have had to put money there, sir, and it meant that we wouldn't have money in the blue economy, or we would have to take the money into the blue economy and lose the money on those things. So when we are able to source and locate funds outside of the country, sir, in a way that does not cost us anything. And I think, sir, if there's any lesson to be learned from this swap, sir, is that this money will not cost us anything additional to the debt that we already had, sir. This money is not going to cost us. And people will talk about the debt swap and what it is the country is doing, sir. We're not paying out an additional cent, sir, on this thing. And we are actually using the money, sir, to do good work in Barbados. This model is innovative. So in a nutshell, we will get benefits now and into the future. And we will reduce the cost in a way now and into the future. And sir, because I know we have the members of the parliament, the youth parliament here with us, sir, they can feel proud that their government did not engage in a deal that would place a future burden on them, either as citizens or on them as policymakers, when many of them, I'm sure, will make it back into this space, sir. And they should feel proud that we did that, sir, even in the face of COVID. And I also want to remind members, sir, that during COVID, when no other country was taking ships, Barbados was taking ships, allowing people to come to Barbados and get off and be safe, sir. And you may not know, sir, that even in our conversations, it was the way that we proceeded, sir, with a moral authority that actually drove some of these deals. So people were talking about what Barbados was doing even as we were having these conversations, because they too were proud of the work that Barbados did, sir, to keep people safe during COVID. So that this debt swap, sir, represents a transformation, sir. The savings on interest would allow us to do things that we could not otherwise do. So I want to thank the Nature Conservancy, sir. And I want to thank the IDB, because both TNC and the IDB came forward at a time, sir, when the country needed help, and they listened to us. And when we found ourselves, sir, without a clear path, sir, no signpost to guide us as we were going down the road, they listened, sir, and they reshaped their approach to doing debt swap so that Barbados could benefit from it. I want to thank them, sir. I also want to thank White Oats, to be truthful, because when we were having a lot of this financial arrangement, sir, I had the benefit of being able to pick up the phone or send an email or a WhatsApp message to the people at White Oats, sir. And they did this without placing any additional cost on the country. People talk, sir, but the money that we save here alone to be able to finance this operation, sir, is more than the money we've been paying out even to them. I want to thank them, sir, because this deal, sir, a lot of this was done in conversation with them. So I want to thank them, the IDB, I want to thank TNC. We also have to thank Credit Suisse. We also have to thank CIBC, even though they don't take on the burden of the risk, because they're really taking the risk on Credit Suisse and TNC. But it's putting faith, sir, back into our marine space, sir. And so what other part was in this process? Because this deal is twofold. The deal is about the financial transaction, and the deal is also about our environmental commitments. And sir, the Barbados Environmental Sustainability Fund, I joke all the time, sir, that it was to be called the best. It was to be the Barbados Environmental Sustainability Trust, but the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central stole the name. And now we're the Barbados Environmental Sustainability Fund. But the fact is, it is still the same. We, sir, are doing a setup where the fund, sir, is not only the government, and the Honourable Minister started to explain this. And I'm sure the Honourable Minister responsible for environment will as well, sir. So the Barbados Environmental Sustainability Fund, sir, will be set up. It's already set up, actually. We've already set it up. We did that work, we started that work early on, and I think earlier this year, we were able to set up the Sustainability Fund. And sir, the fund, some of the money, sir, from the first set of savings will go as an endowment to the Sustainability Fund. That fund will have as its core members the TNC, UE, and the government. And then the Minister, I'm sure, of Environment will speak to all the other members on the thing. But people can make applications to the fund. So it's not only government that is going to benefit, this will be down to ordinary people who can come and make an application to the fund to be able to do something in the marine space. So many of the local NGOs who have projects, sir, I know of a few, who have projects that they want finance can be able to do that, sir. And so why is this fund important? When I was in the ministry, sir, I remember that there was a study done through coastal zone management. And what that study revealed, it revealed two things. It revealed, one, that tourists were willing to pay money toward environmental sustainability. So they wouldn't mind putting in an extra $1 or $2, sir, toward the future of the country. They didn't mind, as long as it was going directly to the country and to the marine space primarily. But the condition to that was that it could not be going directly to the government and into the consolidated fund. So they were willing to put in money, as is the case with many people on the international stage, but that money cannot go to the consolidated fund, but that they would rather that it goes, sir, to a setup that is managed, that is transparent, that is outside the sole control of the government, sir, but that it has built into it, sir, the tenets that would protect the money, sir, that they put into it. And that the Barbados Environmental Sustainability Fund, sir, ticks both of those boxes. I am convinced that beyond the money that we get from the debt swap, sir, Barbados will be able to finance the operations of the marine space from investment from other people, private and otherwise, because we have set up this fund, sir. I was remarking to the Honourable Member for the city that for the social services sector, we need to set up such a fund. Because people are willing to give to assist other people, but they are concerned, sir, when it goes directly to the consolidated fund. And sir, I obviously feel very proud with the work that we did with this, with both the IDB and TNC, sir. The other thing about this, sir, is that when we were discussing the original debt swap, it was only on the external debt. They had no interest in our local debt, our internal debt. So when we were doing the debt swap, sir, we would have to put it out there. We'd have a middleman, sir, in the way of TNC. We'd put the money out there. We'd put the bonds out there for resale, for purchase. And none of it would be the debt, sir, that was primarily owed by to the NAS. But in this iteration of the swap, sir, we get to cover some of our external debt, and we get to cover some of our internal debt. We get to put money back into the NAS fund, sir, fairly immediately, sir. And this was not the deal in the original iteration of this manifestation, sir, of this debt swap. And sir, so sometimes there is opportunity in tragedy. And we found the opportunity, sir, in the tragedy. And we now present to the people of Barbados, sir, a deal that will cost them nothing more, that has the guarantee of both the IDB and TNC with the AA and AAA ratings, that allows us to work through CIBC and Credit Suisse to be able to do it, sir. Everybody, sir, feeling fairly protected, sir. All that is left for us to do, sir, is to deliver to the people of Barbados. And I have the greatest confidence when I look at the work that we have already done, that we will be able, sir, to deliver to the people of Barbados, sir. If you think about what happened, sir, in Belize, TNC had to put in some equity. When you think of what happened in Seychelles, TNC basically put in all of the upfront capital. In this case, sir, they neither have to put in equity or capital, but just guarantee the debt. And sir, if you think then in terms of the cost associated with them going out there and managing it, we take all that out. That's additional money now going back into the ocean space, sir. And I said before, sir, it is extremely difficult, extremely costly to do work in that ocean space, sir. And I am happy that we will be able to have these additional savings. And I have the greatest confidence that we designed a program and we will manage a program on the local stage, sir. I remember the former Prime Minister used to say that a country must have confidence in itself. The former member for St. Peter. I can hear him now. Country must have confidence in itself. And sir, through our program, even though we dealt with the IMF, sir, our program, the BERT program, is a homegrown program. This program, sir, for the debt swap is also a homegrown program. This is the expression of confidence in your own self, sir. And I am happy to be associated with it, sir. So what are some of the promises that we made? Because people will say this deal is too good to be true. So what is expected of Barbados as a result of this, sir? What are our commitments, sir? What are the promises we made? Sir, the things that we committed to, and this is very important, the things that we committed to as a part of this debt swap, sir, are things that we had committed to, period. Anyhow, we did not take on any additional commitments because of anybody. We were not passive recipients of the dictates of the international community in this process. The things that we committed to, sir, were things that we had committed to anyhow. We wanted to, sir, I'm sure the Honourable Minister of Environment will go through in more detail, but we wanted to, sir, to make sure that we do a marine spatial plan. I had been talking about this marine spatial plan for 3 years. 3.5 years. I had a hope, sir, that I would be able to say that, in the Ministry of Blue Economy, we delivered on this spatial plan. But I know that the minister responsible for environment will deliver on this marine spatial plan. And the marine spatial plan is very important, sir, because imagine if you were on the land. How would you go about planning anything on the land if you don't have a plan? The Honourable Minister responsible for housing and the Honourable Member for Christchurch West would tell you, sir, that if you want to do a housing development, you have to have a plan. You have to know which land is good for housing, which land is likely to slip, which areas are designated as water zones, and so on and so forth. In the ocean, and we have 424 times the ocean space, in the ocean, we have no plan. We have plans for the ocean, but we have no ocean plan. And therefore, we needed to have a marine spatial plan, sir, that set out what activities should occur where, what potentially could occur, and so on and so forth. So to have a ministry responsible for blue economy, as the Honourable Member for Environment for Christchurch East Central now has, West Central, sorry, he would need to know, sir, where things go. Where are we going to look at our energy plan? Where are we going to be drilling for oil? Where are we going to be putting down the fads? Which areas are going to be the shipping lanes? Where are we going to allow the jet ski operators to come in? Where are we going to allow the other local vessels that comply to the domestic shipping regulations to play their trade? All these things. Where do we want to grow sea moss, as we have now started doing? This government has started doing sea moss farming. I mean, we're doing so many things, we don't get to talk about all of them. But sir, so without a plan, you would find yourself, bundling over yourself. If you don't know where you're going, they say any road will take you there. And if it is, sir, that is the history of the former government, it is not the way we're going to do it. So first we set out a marine spatial plan. This marine spatial plan, sir, would have the benefit of TNC. We didn't have it before. It will be guided by the Coastal Zone Management Unit, sir. And sir, it is difficult for me to speak about the work that we did in Blue Economy, or the work in maritime, or the work in the marine space, and not give proper credit to the Coastal Zone Management Unit. We have in Barbados one of the most professional institutions, sir, when it comes to handling affairs on the ocean, sir, and in marine. When we were meeting with some of the consultants, when we were looking at the island, sir, we were told that Barbados has the most information that they have seen about anything to do with the ocean of any country at all in the region and comparable to bigger countries, sir, through the Coastal Zone Management Unit.
Honourable has 5 more minutes.
Really?
Yes, really.
Sorry, sir, that wasn't for you. That was
That was an
a
aside.
thought. That was a thought.
I understand.
That was a misguided thought, loudly expressed, sir.
Wrongly expressed, not loudly.
Loudly and wrongly
Wrongly
expressed. And I humbly apologize to you, sir, for that.
You know the old was saying, too late shall be your cry.
I am thankful, sir, that you are not an old person. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, the other things that we committed to, sir, I let the ministers speak to those in terms of the legislation and the work that we want to do, sir. But lastly, sir, this is about people. And I feel concerned, sir, that lately we've put politics into everything. Politics is into everything. We try, sir, to talk about work in the social sector, their complaints. The work that my colleagues are doing in labor, complaining. Work in agriculture, same thing. It is as if there can be no good in this country. And you know, if a man just keep telling you bad things over and over and over, it's been my experience, sir, the best thing for you to do is part with our man. So if that's all that coming from the other side, sir, well, the best thing for the people to do is to part with them. But they did that. But the truth is, sir, if we do not change the conversation, we will not change the consequences. And if we do not uplift the narrative, sir, we will not uplift this nation. And the other side seems hell-bent, sir, on sticking to an old narrative, sir, that will do no justice to the country, sir. They stood up for nothing, and now they are standing in the way of everything, sir. And the people of this country must come to understand, sir, that we have done more in the last 4.5 years than most governments did in an entire term. Working, sir, to make sure that people... Absolutely more than was done in the 10 years. And in circumstances that were much more difficult than in the last 10 years, sir. And you know, they say, sir, where there is no vision, the people perish. And the Barbadians almost perished at the hands of a 10-year relationship with the government, sir, the former government, sir, that brought us nothing. And, sir, now we are seeking to deliver to the people of this country, sir, and all that I am hearing, sir, is incomplete analysis, sir. Really and truly, what should be the conversation for children, now assuming the place of mature conversation. And that every time I look at what it is that we are doing, sir, I feel proud of the work that the government is doing. You talk to fishermen about what they got in those 10 years, and they will tell you, sir, a bad deal. You talk to the fish vendors, the same thing, a bad deal. The jet ski operators, sir, the shipping people, sir, who play locally. Everybody would tell you that they felt they got a bad deal. Fishermen now have fads, fishing irrigating devices, sir, to be able to catch fish. We are now managing the sargassum, sir, and it's not easy. This has been a very difficult year for sargassum seaweed. But all around, sir, we are doing well. So, sir, as I close, sir, this is twofold. There is the financing arrangement, which was done brilliantly by the ministers in the ministry responsible for finance. Brilliantly, sir. There is the second part, which is the environmental component, sir, which commits us to do the things that we want to do anyway, and which I am sure the minister responsible for environment will deliver upon brilliantly as well, sir. And the people, sir, the people of Barbados can rest assured, sir, that we gave them not the best deal possible out there, that we created for them the best deal that could be found anywhere on this earth, sir, to make sure that Barbadians and the members of the Youth Parliament and ordinary people, sir, could live in this country in the now and into the future, sir. So I thank you, and I want to support these two resolutions, sir, with as much support as I possibly can. I'm obliged, sir.
Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to simply say that I detour every single thing that was said by my two colleagues who spoke so lucidly before me. And I really want to start, because I could really detour everything and sit down, because they were so sedulous in their presentation. But I want to start off by where my colleague finished his speech just now, and to say to him that I agree. It is the New Deal. It is the real deal. I know I had a Calypsonian this year who said that me I love these. But it is the Beijing deal. It is the deal that will seek to transform the landscape of Barbados. I didn't want to say also, because we just come out of the crop over season, this is who we are, man. Another song by a Calypsonian. This is who we are, not only as a government, but as a people. This is who we are. And because we can talk about biodiversity later on, because it's still in the crop over season, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to say we're doing it like a bee. I really want to say so. And the reason why I say so is that over the last 4+ years, we have sought to pollinate this country in a metaphorical way. When it comes to renewable energy, look at the transformation and growth over the last 4 years plus, thanks to the minister responsible for the energy sector. Look at what is happening in the transport sector, another way of pollinating. Look at what is happening, Mr. Speaker, with education and how we are able to give young persons the opportunity to have tertiary level education. Mr. Speaker, and then to get to the ocean. I'm not only speaking about biodiversity, but the ability for us, literally and figuratively, to pollinate the reefs and ensure that our corals become part of the sustainable development of this country. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have done in short order that which only could be imagined by some in this country. And as the Minister and the Member of Parliament for St. Michael South alluded to earlier, it has really poured cold water on all the gloom and doom being preached in practice by those who are responsible for abnormal atmospheric noises across this country. I want to say to Barbadians today that this New Deal and this Beijing deal will not cost them a cent. It will not cost their children a cent. It will not cost their children's children a cent. The only thing we have applied with hard work and sweat expenditure over the last 3+ years when we started this deal is common sense. We were exposed to capital science in the last decade, but this is common sense, basic common sense that we have applied, and the entire common sense about it. Because remember, Parliament for Christchurch Essentials spoke about the economics. I'm not the economist. But the common sense about this is that we are, by allowing us to use the interest being saved on a deal for Barbadians, we are going to build out not only a marine spatial plan, but an ecosystems management across this country that will seek to ensure that the existential threats that we are faced as a nation are minimized and, at best, that we are able to neuter them. And I want to say that what are we talking about when we talk about a marine spatial plan? And what is important as we seek to build it out? Marine spatial plan. And first, before we get to the marine spatial plan, what it involves and the types of conversation the member parliament, I want to say without apologies, my heartfelt thanks to not only the minister now responsibility for the finance and economic affairs of this country, minister who sits in the prime minister's office, but the minister responsible who represents with ardor the constituents, the good constituents of St. Michael South, the person who sat in the chair of the blue economy, who persons refer to as the blue boy in Barbados, none other than the minister, my friend from St. Michael South, who has done an amazing job, at putting are putting this country on the map as it relates to the blue economy. And don't get tired with the colors. I am the minister responsible for both the green and the blue environment. They call me the minister for the turquoise ministry, but green comes before blue on the color spectrum. So I have to make no apologies about that. What I'm saying though, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that the type of research that was put in this project over the 3.5 years or so is one I need to speak about. We were able to gather and bring together and interfuse the geologists, marine biologists. We got our research for the oceanographers. We got persons and the boat operators. The minister was responsible for the ministry before, spoke about it. Jet sea operators, the ordinary fisher folk were able to make inputs as to how we are going to demarcate our ocean for the sustainable benefits of all Barbadians. Most important. And we said that we will have the conversation with the scientists, seismologists, the biodiverse specialists. That is the type of conversation we had before. And these meetings were held over a 3.5 year period or so, along with members of the Coastal Zone Management Unit. And I want to say and echo the praise that the Member of Parliament for St. Michael South, who spoke before me, sang as it relates to the Coastal Zone Management Unit. And I want to pay homage to that unit, ably led by Dr. Leo Brewster and the entire team for the amazing work they have been doing over the last decade or so in this country. And to the extent that persons are now seeking their advice across the Caribbean as it relates to marine management and the science involved in marine management. But when we talk about a marine spatial plan, what are we saying in simple terms? We start about to basically look at 5 milestones. The first milestone, look at the engagement and how we are going to start the process over the next 3 to 5 years, because I want to say this before I get into the details, and some may call it minutiae. I want to be able to say that when you reflect on our manifesto plan, what you see being exposed today is part of the manifesto plans we made to Barbadians. And as we said before, a promise made is a promise kept. And I want to say that the ability for us to develop our exclusive economic zone is part of our manifesto commitment. And to say today that what this definition swap will be doing over the next 3 to 5 years is to allow us to demarcate in a special year where that we will allow the social, economic, and sustainable development of our people and of our marine life. Most importantly, that is part of our manifesto pledge. So, what is the Marine Spatial Plan that we are talking about? The MSP, if you want to use the acronym. The Marine Spatial Plan seeks, after the science is realized, to divide our EEZ, exclusive economic zone, into areas based on their true potential. And what we said, between milestones 1 to 5, the first thing we are going to do is to ensure our biodiversity is preserved, our high potential biodiversity and our medium potential biodiversity. And what do we mean by that? We have made a commitment and we have acquiesced to the United Nations General Assembly call to be able to augment 30% of our biodiversity by the year 2030. It's called the 2030 Vision and Goal. We said as a country, small and developing state, that we will achieve this goal once we put all our collective sinew to bear. And that is why we said, as part of the Marine Spatial Plan, looking at milestones 1 to 5, that we are going to develop and enhance 30% of our biodiversity by the year 2030. The importance of doing this. And when we're looking at areas that we will ensure biodiversity, we're looking at the way how living organisms exist in a particular ecosystem or environment. Simply put. And what we have said over the years is that our biodiversity loss is impacting our ability to fight the vagaries of climate change and natural disasters. Our loss of fish stock, which is the marine fauna, has impacted the ability for our reefs to survive. And those who are responsible for my unit would tell me that under the Convention of International Trade of Endangered Species, our sea turtle, which are responsible for replenishing our reefs and providing a habitat for smaller fishery, that because their numbers are depleting, it is affecting our reefs. So we have lost about 50-something species of fish thus far in the marine environment. A serious loss of our biodiversity. Not only the fauna, but the flora as well. There's certain phytoplankton and plants at the bottom of the ocean that we are seeing no more. And what these things do, because we're talking about climate change and how biodiversity and the ability for us to enhance our biodiversity is able to militate and mitigate against the vagaries of climate change. That is the conversation we are having today with Barbadians. And then what I want to say is that when we lose our reefs and our coral, we are losing the ability of our marine plants to be able to abstract from the environment that harmful carbon dioxide, which is the leading greenhouse gas. It is called the blue carbon sink. And mind you, although Barbados only produces about 2 million tons or so, small in the scheme of things when you look at the world that produces about 40 to 50 billion tons yearly, it is still enough to cause a threat on the unborn child. And on the future generation, those in the gallery that are looking over, they're hearing the conversation because they know they're paying rapt attention. They are the future. And the future and their children will be affected if we don't preserve our biological diversity, whether in the hydrosphere on the sea or the lithosphere on land. That is a stark reality that we are faced with. And what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, sir, that we are saying as a government that this marine spatial plan will first look at our ability to rehabilitate that biodiversity. Find out what is there, preserve it, and allow it to take its natural function and role in the fight against climate change. That is what we are saying. So that is the first part of the marine spatial plan, milestone 1 to 5. And I want to say that when we're talking about carbon sequestration, we're talking about the land space as well. But interesting enough, as the minister who spoke before me alluded to, this sea space is about 400 plus times the size of our land space. So if we are able to increase our biodiversity under the ocean, you can understand the tremendous benefits it is as it relates to our fight. We can understand the increase and the improvement of our blue carbon sink. Right now, the blue carbon sink abstracts from the environment or sequesters about 20 to 25% of our carbon dioxide. The green environment, the same thing. That is why I will speak about our ability to plant more trees and do the same thing on our land space. Because 20 to 25% warm air for the green, so the same thing happening in the blue economy as carbon sinks. That's only 50%. You have another 50% going in the atmosphere. That is the reality about it. So if we are able to improve, we are able to improve because the reality right now as it stands, we are only able to sequester about 400,000 tons or so, or maybe less, of the carbon dioxide that we produce yearly by our fossil fuel burning, because the Ministry of Energy will tell you that 1.6 million tons are produced alone by the Ministry of Energy or the energy sector. That is the reality of it. The rest is made up by the pesticides and what's not, and by chemicals being produced by methane from our landfills and the ruminants from the methane from the stomach and what's not. This is the reality that we are faced with. But I'm saying the first component of the Marine Spatial Plan will speak to milestone 1 to 5, and that deals with biodiversity. But it's not only biodiversity that we will be looking at over the next couple of years. We will be also looking at areas when we do our science and our research. Areas in the sea that could be used for wind energy. Areas that could be used for oil and gas. And as the Minister of Energy, Member of Parliament for St. James Central will tell us, that when this gas is found and we preserve it, it is for export purposes. It's for foreign exchange. That is the type of conversation you will be having. There are other areas in the sea which will be used for artisanal fishing. And the Member of Parliament for St. Michael South spoke about the fact that he, and using it as a marine managed area and the plans that he has done so far, that there have what you call now the FADs, fish aggregating devices, which are able to attract the fish, the smaller fish and the fishermen, they can do their business by having that potential catch. This is what we have done so far. So there'll be areas demarcated with a proper marine spatial plan. That's what we are going to bring to the people of this country. There will be areas demarcated for fishing, for jet ski operation, for shipping, and the areas that you can understand that we will have dedicated for the purposes of shipping and docking, etc. We will have an area, Mr. Speaker, sir, that after the science, because now the world is focused. They have the visual acuity, some may call, for rare metals. And it is no secret that there are rare metals found at the bottom of the ocean, especially the Caribbean Ocean. That is why it's important that we start to look and do the investigation and to have a marine spatial plan that will be able to realize these things. Polymetallic nodules, that's what they call it, found at the bottom of the ocean with significant worth. That is the type of conversation we are having. So a marine spatial plan that will say, this is the area rich in these polymetallic nodules that we can get foreign exchange for when we are able to fully explore them. The type of conversation we need to have. Areas, for instance, where we will put aside to say, these are the areas for diving, recreation, or other ways. Areas, of course, where we were going to say, we are going to protect our species of fish. We know that the parrotfish is able, because of their ability in the digestive system, to rehabilitate our beaches. One parrotfish can deliver 960 pounds or so per year of sand on the beach to help us with the beach erosion. Some may call it accretion. Remember, part of Christchurch, best know that a big word. Accretion, to build back the beach. And the parrotfish does it. That is why they're an important part of our biodiversity and why we have to preserve these things. So areas will be demarcated for the preservation of our species of fish. And then, of course, our reefs and our coral. These are the things that we will be having a conversation to Barbadians about. And these are important conversations to have now, because, as I said, the only way we will be able to mitigate and adapt to the vagaries of climate change is if we start looking not only at man-made interventions, but natural and land-based solutions as well when it relates to combating these vagaries. And to be able to keep our temperatures. The forecast is not good. It is not. If we continue on this trajectory, our sea levels will rise above, I think, last couple of years it rose to about 4 millimeters or so. By year 2050, guaranteed on this current trajectory, with the melting of the ice in the cryosphere, or the ice sphere, we will have a sea level rise about 15 inches or so to be predicted next 50 years. Killing off most of our beaches, our reefs, by our biodiversity. And of course, our sustainable livelihood for our fishermen. The reality of it, over the next 50 years, if we continue on this trajectory, it is scientific knowledge that, and that's why I say, an area must also be demarcated when we start to build up our marine spatial plan for the reefs and coral restoration, those areas. The reefs, the importance of the reefs, not only for the life of species and fish and the ability for them to live in an atmospheric ecosystem, but the reefs and the plants at the bottom of the ocean that live on these reefs. Scientists have now found that they produce something called sulfur dioxide surfactant, something that goes on the top of the ocean and helps to cool down the ocean. Now, where are the hurricanes and tsunamis formed? On the ocean, the surface of the ocean, propelled by the heat. So you don't have to be a rocket scientist now to understand the importance of the reef in terms of cooling the ocean. By releasing these surfactants, these cooling surfactants, the importance of the reef. So a marine spatial plan that takes this into consideration will be able to restore, because that's the next thing that we are going to be doing in the Ministry of the Environment, Green and Blue Economy, where we will look at a serious reef restoration program because we understand the importance of it. And then I cannot be talking about a marine spatial plan, talking about the hydrosphere, as lucid as I am, without speaking equally about the Grange, the perennial Grange, the megalgia, sargassum seaweed. It is a trend. It is a natural phenomenon. Some person related to the fact that its proliferation is directly and related to our sea level rise and the increased heat in the Atlantic Ocean, etc. But one thing I want to say today, because I believe that the increased proliferation also has to do with the anthropogenic behaviors of mankind. Not only Barbadians, and this is where I put on my serious environmental police hat. Not only Barbadians, but people across the world. When I say anthropogenic behavior, what do you mean? Dumping illegally in the sea. The overloading of nutrients in the sea provides a rich oasis, a habitat for the proliferation, growth, and development of sargassum seaweed. Bottom line, Bayesian talk. It is what is responsible along with the sea level rise and the increase in heat and what's not. It is responsible for this growth of this perennial range that seek not only to interfere and obstruct the sustainable livelihoods of our fishermen, but our touristic product as well. And it's all over the Caribbean. Belize, Jamaica, you name it, they complain bitterly. So it's not a fight that is unique to us in Barbados, not an anomaly that is singularly focused on Barbados as a country. It is across the Caribbean. But I said, and the reason why I said it, and that's why I expect, and I know that the Member of Parliament for St. Philip South, my good friend, will work with those in the agriculture industry to ensure that we reduce our pesticides. And that's why you can talk about the land-based solutions to combat the vagaries of climate change. To reduce our pesticides using phytopharmaceuticals, now natural products, instead of these harmful pesticides and additional POPs, processed organic pollutants, and all these things that will find their way into the sea, causing all the problem. The fertilizers that find their way into the sea, The illegal dumping, because when you dump illegal in gullies and you have heavy rainfall, it ends up in the ocean. It is causing the overloading of nutrients in the ocean. And the reason why I say so, I ain't say so because I have a whimsical exercise with that thing that operates in the atmospheric realm. I am saying so because it is based on scientific evidence. We were able, thanks to the government of New Zealand, and my minister colleague that sat in the blue seat before me. Sometimes it turned red. But what I'm saying, we had a conversation with those persons in New Zealand. We had a conversation with the experts to do some tests on the sargassum seaweed. And they're acquiesced and started doing testing. They tested in the Eastern Caribbean. Barbados, of course, was chosen. We did some tests in the western part of the Caribbean, Belize, if I got my geography right. Then we did some tests in Central Caribbean, Jamaica, so that we can find out what are the constituents in the sargassum seaweed. That is what we did, to find out what are the active components in the sargassum seaweed. And this is what the test revealed. And I'm not surprised because I said the seaweed that we see there are the biggest sequesters in the marine space. What I mean by that, seaweed is able to abstract more carbon dioxide than most marine plants. So this grinch that we are talking about, this mega algae that everybody's complaining about, what it is doing in the ocean, it is taking up those harmful things that exist in the same ocean. And why these things exist in the ocean? Because mankind continue to pollute the ocean. Simple as that. So the seaweed is probably saving us. The reality of it. Because just how the body reacts in a homeostatic way, so too does the ocean. You overload the ocean with a lot of chemicals, and lo and behold, the one thing that is produced by the ocean that is a nuisance has the ability to sequester these chemicals from the same sea and the marine environment. Mind you, the same seaweed, which has about 10 times the potential to sequester or remove carbon dioxide than normal marine flora and some phytoplankton that live at the bottom of the ocean, this same sargassum, because of its ability to abstract things, abstract carbon dioxide too. So when we talk about ocean acidity that is a threat, now when you abstract carbon dioxide, you're bringing an alkaline environment to the ocean. So what I'm saying is that although it is seen as a proverbial enemy of the sea, there is some potential usage of it. And it is saving us because what the New Zealand government brought back with their tests shows that it has the sargassum seaweed had high levels of arsenic, of cadmium higher than international levels. Cadmium, we had mercury, and other heavy metals. And what I told Barbadians immediately after, to stop putting it on your plants, stop using it for your agricultural purposes, because the test results were back and it confirmed that these levels were higher than normal. And so the ministry, utilizing the physical workforce, obviously not mechanical equipment because of the beach being preserved, we have men employed on a daily basis to remove it and carry it and decompose it in a safe area, which is non-porous and will not get into our water supply or into our plant life or what's not. Because when it gets into those, the plants and the fruits and vegetables, it comes into our palates and into our digestive system. That is the reality of it all. But what does that tell us? It tells us that the sea is being polluted by the same things, and all the sargassum is doing is removing it. So the clarion call for me today as minister is to tell all Barbadians to be careful how they pollute, because they may come back to haunt you. When you are taking your garbage and throwing it in the gullies, thankfully we had a ban on plastics I believe that by the minister that sat in this seat before me. A ban on plastics, I didn't want, I mean, this is nothing that you talk about the government. Kurt talked about this, the member of parliament for St. Michael, so he's my good friend. I like to call him, I ain't calling Hurricane Kurt because we thought speaking about bad weather. Tropical storm Kurt. I am talking about the member of parliament for St. Michael South, who was able single-handedly to lead the ban on single-use petrol-based plastics. Recognized by UNEA when we went to Nairobi as one of the single greatest achievement by a small island developing state to be able to lead the charge and banning petrol-based plastics in this country. And that is something that I think we should be proud of. That is something we should be proud of. Countries all over the world can't get it done. And we were recognized as a country, a small island developing state, led by the member of parliament for St. Michael Northeast. There's a saying that they want. Something said, you call upon a man, a hormonal man. When you want something done, you call on a lady. Barbarians made a call, and we are doing what we're supposed to do. That's the saying. I see some ladies in here smiling. What I'm saying is that it shows that our behavior, and if we continue with this behavior of polluting the sea, thankfully we don't have the plastics that can cause the dioxins to come into our digestive system, because when the plastic the microparticles are digested by the fish end up here on the tables of ordinary Barbadians. We love fish. We love fish. We eat fish. It's part of the sustainable livelihood of the fishermen. So I'm saying we have to put the brakes now on illegal dumping. Simple as that. We have to put the brakes on illegal dumping. I just showed the correlation between what happens on the land, how it gets into the sea, and the results thereof. The ocean is crying out for help. We are crying out for fresh water. We are crying out for the rehabilitation of the reefs. That's the reality of it. So a marine spatial plan will seek to demarcate those areas and ensure the sustainable existence of those areas so that it can benefit us in a social way, and an economical way, and in a way that is able to preserve the environment. But I want to go on further, and to my last area. We also said that there will be a Barbados environmental sustainable fund. A fund, and this is the things that are happening. This is a deal, I call it the New Deal and the Beijing deal, man. I don't have a problem if you associate us with these. The real deal. And the New Deal and the real deal for Barbadians is that we are, for the first time, never happened before, things that only some persons would imagine if they have the creative imagination of some of our young persons. We are now, since June the 22nd of this year, and we are now in the process of rolling out that which was finalized in June 22nd of this year. A Barbados environmental sustainable fund. And what does that do? And what does it consist of? I heard the member of parliament who spoke before me talk about the constituents of the fund. What is it made of? Who are the persons, the active players involved? And just briefly, we have 3 founder members. The government of Barbados, of course, Nature Conservancy, and UWI, which is the Research Institute. Those are the founding members of the fund. The ordinary directors, Ministry of Environment, which is my ministry, of course, Ministry of Tourism and International Transport, Finance, Economic Affairs. We have the institutions that respond, NGOs. Barnufo, which represents the union that represents the fisher folk. we have the Barbados Chamber of Commerce. CYEN, the Caribbean Youth, and those are the Caribbean Youth Environment Network. The network, the group that I spoke to, I addressed yesterday. This is how this trust fund, or this environmental sustainable fund will be constituted. And what does it do? It allows government, without costing the taxpayers a cent in this country, the ability to be able to get funds. And I want to say that benefactors will be coming in their numbers when they see what we are doing to preserve the environment. They will be titillated by the fact that for the first time, something that has never been done before in terms of marine spatial plan being built out, they will see the work of the government and say to themselves, I want to be part of having land-based solutions to combat the vagaries of climate change. I want to be part of having environmental solutions. I want to be a part for us as a country to be able to preserve our wetlands and our biodiversity. Special protected areas of wetlands and our biodiversity. I want to be able to say that as a Ramsar site, we are going to contribute to the ecological development of greenhouse swamp, and they can put such and such money. That is what the fund is going to be used for. And according to the member that spoke before me, the fund is not going into the consolidated fund. It's not something that government can touch. It is there where the environmental board, with the founding members, will decide the environmental projects, the sustainable environmental projects that will be fleshed out with the money. I spoke just now about our special protective areas on wetlands. We have one site that is recognized by Ramsar, and that is the Greenhouse site as an ecosystem with wetlands, and it has a mixture of all the active principles. Biodiversity was not. But we are now trained, we are on the threshold now to have Long Pond as the next recognized site for Ramsar. There's one in Chancery Lane which understands that the interfuse between a wetland or a water deposit and a natural environment. That is one in Chancery Lane. But Long Pond, what we just recognize, and I want all Barbadians to hear, that's why I say that it must be an unequivocal, unbridled, and unashamed trust to build up our biodiversity. Because what we found in Long Pond over the last couple of months is that there is an indigenous crab never found in any place in the world, only in Long Pond. A crab endemic to Long Pond. And I don't have to sit down, I will get vocal for in here talking about the use in terms of our biodiversity and the importance of our ecosystem as it relates to crabs. Right? And somebody tell me, the member parliament said to me for South, tell me put in some shrimp. You probably get that a lot in St. Philip and other decapods. But we can go on and go on. We could go on and on. I said if I start to talk about these things, my throat will start to hurt me, vocal fry, you call it. But I want to say that along with building out those things, we are saying to Barbadians, and this is another area that we can have persons investing in, the planting of our trees. 1 million trees. I must tell Barbadians that I'm over 400,000 thus far, albeit that we had the challenges with COVID and the lockdowns and whatnot, and the fact that we are one of the 15 most drought-prone countries in the world. About 400,000+ trees. And I want to remind Barbadians that this month is the month of Arbor Month, and we will be having a national tree planting competition again this year to plant more trees and understand the importance of it. That is a conversation for another time. But persons who want to invest in these things can come and say, well, you are a country, you have started the drive, we are going to put some funds so you can build up this. And of
Honourable
course,
has 5 more minutes.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, our botanical garden and natural oasis again. Then our water conservation and how we treat the water conservation in a natural way. I said already, and this shit don't need to be flagged by me, but our Roof to Reach project is the best sustainable development project in the world. I say so, and I'm not holding back this red flag. It is the best and the most efficient sustainable development project in the world. It is able, if you look at it, and you look at the 17 sustainable development goals, probably about 15, we will reach about 15 in the Roof to Reach. About 15. Albeit that peace and equal rights and different things. But what he's saying is that, I mean, to empower women and the Roof to Reach project, because domesticated workers and things will become part of this whole water reuse and how we treat the domestic workers, washing clothes and everything, they will be empowered in this whole exercise. So to me, it is able to realize about 15 or something of the sustainable development goals. But not only that, our project that seeks to protect us from the soil erosion that we are faced with. And the minister responsible, my friend from St. Philip South, will tell you that he has started a hedgerow project all throughout the length and breadth of this country, especially rural Barbados, to stop the erosion along with the Gabions and in terms of root architecture, so that we won't have the erosion that we are having. Because it's all right to build these fancy roads and different things, all fine and good with the compliant project. But you must be able to stop the erosion, because if you build a road and you still get land slippage, the road will slip away, whether you know or would. Bottom line. So these are the things that we are talking about. Desertification, the ability to combat soil erosion, and the ability to reforest the country. If we are able to improve our green carbon sink, then we are able to take more carbon dioxide, that harmful leading greenhouse gas, out the atmosphere. There are a lot of things, Mr. Speaker, sir, that I can speak about in terms of our, how the Barbados Environmental Sustainable Trust will protect our whole persons can become involved in terms of putting funds, and as the member that spoke before me, putting money where their mouths are. There are a lot of projects, of course. I thought about the water and the water reuse project, how we can have to increase our structures so that instead of the water rain run off into the hydrosphere or the sea and causing problems, that we'll be able to ensure that there is the movement of water to the aquifers, that there's proper damming, that there's proper conservation, that our biodiversity, and they will bring the biodiversity action plan in the not too distant future, because I believe that Barbados is already laid in Parliament, and they will come and they will elucidate as long as they could, as long as you give me permission, sir, so that Barbados will understand the importance of preserving our biodiversity. Because, Mr. Speaker, maybe you look around this room, we operate in a biodiverse parliament. You are not the same as a member who sits immediately in front of you or at the side of the left or right. We have our different characteristics. The animals, the plants, everything, every one of them. But they operate with those different characteristics for the benefit of the environment. And it is their movement, the ability to live, the ability to feed, drink, eat, sleep, the way how they shape their bodies and what. All these things make up the ecological space. All we are saying as a government, that we will do every single thing in our power to ensure the sustainability, not only of the environment, but as a member who spoke before me, who spoke so limpidly, so translucently, like the water now you're getting in St. Peter. Before that, you was getting brown water. Under the last decade. Though the member that spoke before me, it redounds to the sustainable development of livelihoods. Most important, because I will not go and repeat the maxim that is coined by my good friend, but people matter over politics. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to close by saying that there is an irreversible, unequivocal, unbridled sometimes, gamut between us and the sea. And if you look at the relationship, you just have to understand it. We often speak about the blood, sweat, and tears, man. You will operate Minister spoke about the blood, sweat, and tears that he went through to get this passed. The one that the member part of Christ Church Essential said the same thing. Blood, sweat, and tears. But you know what is the constant with the blood, sweat, and tears? Salt. Blood, God, and salt, man. Sweat, salt. Tears, salt. And they want to say that the sea is full of salt. There is an irreversible gamut and association with the sea, whether we like it or not, because all of them are operating in a salty environment. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I want to thank you, and I want to commend the minister and to give my full unreserved support to these two pieces of resolution. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that further consideration of this bill be postponed.
Question is that further consideration of this resolution be postponed. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to give notice of a resolution to approve in accordance with Section 5 of the Crown Lands Vesting and Disposal Act, Cap 225, the vesting in the Barbados Tourism Investment, Inc., of a parcel of land, the property of the state, together with the building thereon, known as the Treasury Building, situated at Bridge Street in the parish of St. Michael in this island for the purpose of residential development. I also give notice, Mr. Speaker, of a resolution to extend the public health emergency.
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of the House until 2:20 p.m.
Question is that this honourable chamber be suspended until 2:20 p.m. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands suspended until 2:20 p.m.
A serious note is really to emphasize, underline, and underscore the three great presentations that went before myself, and also to really underscore the people part of it. Basically, to ask Barbadians to get involved. A lot of the times when we bring these types of legislations and projects, the average Barbadian, sir, believe that these are projects of the government. These are projects for the scientists. These are projects for the financiers. And not understand that there's possibility and potential to be projects of the people, the projects of them, the project of I, that they can be involved in the marine space. They can be involved in the nature space. They can be involved in marine conservation through the Caribbean Youth Environment Network. And today, sir, as you recognize that we do have the National Youth Parliament with us, and they're having a debate on the 30th in these very chambers, looking at education reform. And how can you educate reform, or reform education in a way, that persons can see their role in society? Educate Barbadians in a way that they understand what debt is about. And debt doesn't always have to be a bad word. So, sir, I come to make a short presentation to speak to Barbadians, the public, through you. I also want to tie my contribution today to productive partnerships. Partnerships, sir. Because the reality is that we are in this together. The reality is that the government cannot do it alone. And hence the need for productive, positive partnerships. Mr. Speaker, sir, as we prepare to do the One Family program, the Honourable Member for St. Michael South and myself leading the charge, what Barbadians need to understand, and he spoke about it last week, remember, that we may need upwards of $150 million in value, but 75% or more of that is required through partnerships. We have now got to turn the corner and move the needle towards understanding that this Barbados belongs to all of us, and it will take all of us to get to the mountaintop. We cannot lean or depend on one. We cannot lean or depend on 30. We need to lean and depend on 287,000 plus people of this republic called Barbados, sir. It is a reality. It is a fact. I'm talking about batting hands, sir. One of the partnerships that I am excited about is a partnership with the U.S. Embassy. And through your permission, I am grateful to welcome Kevin Obley. He is now the new First Secretary, Political and Economic Officer for Barbados, focusing on Barbados affairs. And those are the type of partnerships that we need as we seek not only policy and technical assistance, but financial assistance for Barbados and the region. And also his colleague, Joseph Tordilla, who is here and have been giving great support to the people and government of Barbados thus far. And I really wanted to commend them. We went through just my constituency, looking again at partnerships, not just for the city of Barbados, but of Barbados as a whole. That is what they're there. And I commend them for the efforts, and I commend them for the work that they are about to do. Ladies and gentlemen, that must be done in Barbados. Another unique thing about Kevin, I mentioned this in talking about Barney and Han, he was actually friends with Malcolm Nash. And if any of you know Malcolm Nash, you know that there's no 6 by Garfield Sobers, Sir Excellent, without Malcolm Nash. That is his friend, who Sir Garfield Sobers hit 6 But I understand he got over it, so we're in good state. So the partnership can continue, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I also want to highlight this idea of borrowing. And the commentary that I've been hearing about borrowing in Barbados has been very, very troubling for me as a young person and a young parliamentarian, sir. I think that when people hear about debt and people hear about borrowing, they automatically assume that it is a maximum negative. No good could come from borrowing. But it could be nothing further from the truth. And that is why I underscored earlier, sir, the whole idea of education reform. I went through primary, secondary, tertiary education twice, and had no formal training whatsoever on doing something as simple as a budget, but understanding things about assets versus liabilities. And the fact that assets can take care of liabilities, but liabilities cannot give you any assets. And that is a main and fundamental problem why we have so many vulnerable people in this society today. on top of things like education reform and the need that we are heading towards, led by the Honourable Minister of Education, to bring about empowerment at every aspect of the way, leaving no student behind. But Mr. Speaker, sir, my aim here today is to be short, to be simple, and to connect the dots between all things mentioned above. And that is what I plan to do. There was a commentary from all the political parties, I can't remember its name here recently, but its leader. So if the economy is so good, why borrow? So you should only borrow in bad times for current expenditure? That's what you're trying to tell me? If it is so good, why borrow? Why borrow is because that is the head time you can borrow at an affordable rate. Why borrow? Because that is the time when you borrow and you can expand the economy, expand the GDP. Why borrow? Because these are now the perfect conditions to look at interest rates between 1 to 4%, as opposed to his side, which was borrowing at about 14%, sir. That is why borrow. And I will hope, sir, I'm thinking now of future generations. Generations in the public gallery, generations of my daughter and my son. To be able to see these people come into this chamber again and take us down into those dark and dreary roads where they have no economic policy, no economic education, no economic plans, ideas. But I am glad that we have 18. I sit proudly with 18 that can teach them chapter, line, verse, publisher, and punctuation when it comes to economic matters in this country. And why am I talking about debt and borrowing? Because I really want to focus on the transformational and innovative way that this government, this Mayor Amor Motley-led administration, this BLP administration is approaching all of the aspects of transformation in this nation, sir. Again, I point to the young people upstairs, sir, to understand that we as Barbadians from young need to understand about wealth. Wealth is not a byword. We need to understand about debt. We need to understand budgeting. We need to understand, again, assets and liabilities. I'm underscoring these things because in my daily life, in my daily canvas, in my daily conversations with my constituents, sir, I feel bad every day to recognize that if we don't deal with these root causes, we are forever going to have to be dealing with lots of vulnerable people. If we cannot give them the tools necessary to climb out of that barrel of poverty once and for all, and to break the backs of poverty in this country once and for all, they must be given these tools. And when I listen to that debate, hopefully attend it at the end of this month, I will be a hard marker because I want to see if these important tenets are included in what we believe education reform should be about. But sir, when I talk about transformation and innovation, you would be aware that this government was able to restructure the debt. The minister in the Ministry of Foreign Finance was able to tell us about the 17 billion, the 176% of GDP, 176% of GDP. That meaning, if you're making $1, you're spending $1.76. For people that don't understand what 176% of GDP means. And if I'm incorrect, the honourable member will raise on a point of order and correct me. So ain't no problem. Mr. Speaker, sir, we were able during that time of the restructuring to still be able to respond to the vulnerable. But it was part of a project, and still technically part of it with the Household Mitigation Unit and the Adopt Our Families program. Saw a lot of people being able to survive when the month come. And to this day, still able to, all during while restructuring the economy. Was able to walk and chew gum. Getting there, honourable member, hear voices, sir. Sir, we were able to improve systems. I don't know if we in here remember, I can keep reminding us, that there was a time in Barbados when you wanted a police certificate of character, You would have to get out of your bed when it was dark at 4 o'clock in the morning to get to a place for about 5 o'clock in a long line and find a line there. And the possibility that somebody could come to you after the sunrise and say a last number in front of you, go back and try it again. All while restructuring the economy, we now have a system where you can get up any time of the day, go online, apply, and get it back in 24 hours. Day or night. You can do it in your sleep too. All while restructuring the economy and while going through a number of aspects. That's why I talk about the transformation and innovation. And I want Barbadians, and I want this chamber, sir, to really do an honest contrast. In 2010, this government was part of the chamber on this side when we got a lash where, the national lash, where a leader passed away. And we were into drift. We were like a boat on the ocean without an oar, without an engine, just drifting. But in 2018, 2019, 2020, we came in and we inherited a debt. We had an economic lash. Then we had a volcanic lash. We had a pandemic lash. We had a climatic lash. Lash after lash after lash. And all during these lashes on top of lashes, call it country abuse, too many lashes. We're able to restructure the debt, respond to the vulnerable, improve systems. We were also able, after the restructuring, to attract low-cost debt, to be able to look after the people even more, and more importantly, to roll a wicket of a growth pitch, the sort of pitch that I hit 6 sixes on. That is the sort of wicket that we are rolling now, Mr. Speaker. And that is really where the mission is at and what we are doing. And I want to talk about the creativity and the innovation of this team, through you, sir, to the public of Barbados. Because I think that sometimes we take it for granted. Sometimes you do so well that you actually put yourself at a disadvantage. I remember being on the HIV/AIDS Commission, doing fantastic work to the part where WHO said, well, they need no more help. When they're doing too good, when they're doing well, carry on smartly. But if we do not remind the people about the creativity and the innovation that we brought to bear to be able to make their lives a little better, even if it is not the best, I think it bears reminding. Because before, and if people remember 1991, my mother was one of the conductors that went home. My mother used to work with the Honourable Member for St. Michael South, worked next to one another, and she went home too. They went home together, probably on the same bus that they used to conduct on. They went home. And there was no cushion. There was no thing for the vulnerable. There was no household mitigation unit. There was no creativity in responding to the vulnerable. It was wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, go home and look for something else to do. That is what it was about. So in the past, and even in the near past too, because in 2016, it was about 3,500 that went home. And again, there was no household mitigation unit, no RIRI, no TT, no nothing. It was wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, go and find something to do. But while doing all of this creative, innovative, and more importantly, caring government put not only a cushion, but a pillow to go with the cushion for the vulnerable and the people of Barbados. To be able to make sure that the norm was not continued, sir. To decapitate poor people was the order of the day when we had to do restructuring, because we used to send home people from the bottom all the time. But what did this government do? What did this Prime Minister do? What did the finance team of this government do? They say we ain't decapitating people, we're giving them a haircut. We ain't just take a little bit off of the high top. So we did some creative work with making sure that the banks and the bonds and the banks that could more withstand the blow than the people of Barbados. So everybody take a little bit, and everybody had some. as opposed to decapitating poor people in this country. Again, this debt swap, sir, speaks to that type of creativity. Because, you know, it's the big joke that we talk about debt and borrowing. There's no debt or borrowing here. That's the funny thing about it. The innovation of this is that we're looking to get a minimum of $30 million US. For anybody that know a quick math, that is 60 million Barbados dollars out of an initiative like this. And I don't need to go over that. My colleagues that went before did it quite well. But I think that when you look at it, it's a big joke. When you're talking about borrowing and linking it to this, you will put Trevor Eastman and Matt Finger out of business with this sort of business, because at the end of the day, people need to understand their creativity. And this creativity is no one-off, sir. This government has taken the sun, which has been around longer than the honourable member for St. Lucie. The sun that has been there from the beginning of time. And able to produce the value of land for people to live at a reasonable cost. The sun, now we are taking our marine space, the sea, and putting that value to work through marine conservation. Sir, we're going to take goodwill to ensure that we can take care of these 1,000 families, almost 8,000 people. We are taking the environment through the 5 C's and the Climate Fund and other initiatives to ensure that once and for all we can sewer a lot of poor people in this country. In the in Bellevue, and in Chapman Lane, finally, over 750 homes in Chapman Lane alone. Something that they've been waiting for 4 decades. Before it was born, sir. And that is now around the corner. St. George is able to benefit from that. St. Michael, lots of residents. So we'll be using the earth, we're using the wind, we're using the sun, we're using the sea. But the Honourable Prime Minister got to be Captain Planet. Let your powers combine, sir. She has been innovative in leading the charge to ensure that we can bring to the people of Barbados a sense and a standard of living beyond what we have known as we seek to improve. That is our job in this chamber. To be able to be innovative in one of the worst times in mankind's history. And I am satisfied, I'm more than satisfied, sir. I am proud to be part of a team who is able to manage a process like this, done by the former Minister of Maritime Affairs, carried on by the present Minister of Maritime Affairs, led by the Minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and supported by this administration to make sure that we do what we said we come to do, sir, which is a better life for all. And with that, sir, I conclude in saying that I support this bill.
Honourable Member for Christchurch, East Central.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to conclude this debate thanking honourable members for the outstanding support and exposition in relation to how this will affect ordinary Barbadians. Permit me, sir, in the presence of our colleagues here from the U.S. Embassy, to reiterate and to give the government's appreciation for the work that was done, I believe, in the whole town area in relation to alleviating some long-standing flood issues, which was supported by U.S. aid. And therefore, as part of how Barbados is able to respond to the challenges faced in relation to the climate crisis, we hope that we can rely on more of that type of support, very specific, because as we create an environment now, sir, to be able to slingshot ourselves out of the impact of the pandemic, it is going to be important that we work with all of the global community to be able to address some issues that have been too long-standing in this country. And that type of initiative, when we met in Washington earlier this year with Ms. Power, the head of U.S. aid, apologies, Mr. Speaker, a commitment was given that obviously we'll find ways to strategically align our response in terms of what was being done in the region, because as Barbados has led the path with respect to advocacy, particularly as it relates to smaller and developing states. On behalf of the people of Barbados, I say thank you to USAID formally with respect to being able to alleviate those long-standing issues in whole town. As a country, and certainly through the work that was done with the National Coastal Integrated Risk Platform, which was supported by the IDB, Mr. Speaker, we now really have a good sense of data, and I know that the Honourable Member for St. Michael South indicated the reference where we do have quite a bit of data from a scientific perspective to be able to help do a lot within the context of the marine spatial planning. And I think with that encrypt platform, which clearly identifies the associated risk to buildings in very specific places, then interventions such as that, I believe we can craft solutions such that whilst we are focused here within the context of the marine conservation efforts, that this really is a model to help us be able to expand further and to be able to crowd in investment to respond to the climate challenges. Now, Mr. Speaker, these two resolutions actually are going to be very important to transforming Barbados. And if you would permit me, sir, just to clarify one thing for the avoidance of any doubt with respect to the chamber, because I would not ever want to be accused, sir, of lying to Parliament. So let me just clarify one thing. The public debt at the end of June was actually 13.68 billion, or 129% of GDP. So my reference to 13.5, because you know there are some people, sir, that would want to parse.
In your speech, you said approximately.
I'm
so
aware.
Not given a specific.
I am aware.
estimate.
I am aware, but there are people out there, sir, that will parse every single word. So I'm just being very precise so that we understand that as we are hoping to buy back debt now, sir, and create space, that we believe that innovative structures like these will help us to achieve the debt anchor, which, as you know, Mr. Speaker, was pushed back from 2023 to 2035 because of the pandemic. But we're able now to create space within even the existing debt service arrangements to do that which we could not have done before. I'll also take this opportunity now, sir, just to reflect on a few things that I have observed and seen in my brief stay on this earth so far. Because I remember, sir, as a boy, going over the Chamberlain Bridge there, sir, with my grandmother, having me in tow, I should say. The evolution of the development of that space, and you will recall, sir, that the former member for the city, the Dame, engineered a series of solutions in a phased way, which has really transformed the city space within the confines of the Carinage. As a boy, sir, whenever I walked over the bridge, I was in fear of the Carinage because the truth is, sir, it didn't look pretty, it was not inviting, and it didn't smell good, sir. It just was not fit, in a sense, sir, for the things that we would all love to be able to do and enjoy within the marine space. Those projects in those spaces similar to what was done in relation to a whole town, sir, because as you know, from the globe all the way down, sir, and certainly in the area of the Marhole and those areas, typically would flood whenever there are heavy rains.
1976, I remember.
The year I was born, sir. and we have seen incremental change led by this Barbados Labour Party government to address some of these very critical issues across the landscape of the country. Certainly in my constituency in Wotton, we've seen some development in that space. We've seen some development down in relation to in the Chapman Lane area. the name escapes me now, in the Chapman Lane area, where we have widened the Murphy's Pasture, where we've widened the canal space in order to enhance the environs for residents. Because as you know, sir, if water isn't moving, it starts to settle, it creates issues with respect to mosquitoes, you get vector-borne diseases within the spaces, and therefore you have to appreciate that you need to have the free flow of water such that it improves the lives for all of our citizens. And I've seen, sir, in my own lifetime, a significant set of development which the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central in recent vintage, dealing with the Constitution River project, sir. And I must tell you, sir, I've been in the Caribbean a few times as an adult now. And I had the good fortune a few weeks ago of kayaking up from Carlisle Bay all the way down up to the Globe Cinema, sir. I did not realize, sir, that the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central had created not just an oasis, but really, sir, nothing short of a spectacular transformation within that space, which I know will help not just improve the lives of ordinary citizens there, but there's a small little marina, sir, and I would encourage members to go. I call it a marina because there's a little enclave in there, sir. If someone has a small boat, could actually tie off and moor in a serious way, and it really does give for the residents within that space a different view and a different perspective, sir, rather than just nasty water settling as it used to before in the past. And therefore, when we talk about transformation, sir, these are the types of interventions that I would anticipate, sir, that the Sustainability Fund, conceptually, and looking at not just the marine space, but applying it, sir, across how Barbados will respond to the myriad of challenges that we face, that we must be creative and working with our partners globally to be able to bring specific solutions to ordinary Barbadians. But as I told you, sir, during that last visit, I actually saw some mangroves in the Careenage. Mangroves, sir. Healthy, live mangroves in the Careenage. Right in the bend by the hospital. As you turn to go down John Beckles, what would be parallel to John Beckles Drive. These are the kinds of interventions, sir, that we're talking about that will not just help keep the water clean, as the mangroves tend to do, but we are actually creating an oasis where either for leisure purposes, sir, or opportunities for persons to do business within that space. And I hope that the whole of town, those persons who live in town, will use these spaces, sir, in order to be able to improve their livelihoods, but obviously not see it, sir, as something that the government do, but something that is available, sir, for the people of Barbados to benefit from. I hope, sir, that we will be able to widen the canal and go even further up, sir, to come up by you. Because it would be a wonderful thing, sir, it would be a wonderful thing for us to be able to get up to Bellevue, sir.
You go get Bridgewood first, so go get the Bridgewood.
Agreed. So through the canal there, sir, there is space. And therefore, I know that with the I'm not sure what is precisely contemplated in relation to the sewage solution within the context of that Bellevue area, but I believe that this will be an opportunity to be able to not just solve the problems with respect to sewage, but certainly improve develop flood mitigation efforts to be able to ensure then that we are able to do more within that space. And therefore, these are the kinds of solutions, sir, that whilst we've had to borrow monies directly to fund those types of activities in the past, then I believe that this type of transaction with the crowding in of additional resources, sir, will be able to help us to be able to do some of these very innovative interventions that not just improves the environment, but I think certainly the quality of life, sir, for ordinary Barbadians living close to these things. It is important, sir, to underscore that whilst this will always be in progress, the development of the country, sir, is hinged and has always been tied to how we use debt. We have used debt in the past, sir, to build our schools. We've used debt in the past, sir, to build our polyclinics. We've used debt in the past, sir, to build our hospitals, our police stations, our roads, our fire stations, sir, our post offices. We have used debt, sir, to create the lifestyle to which we become accustomed in Barbados. What is critically important now, sir, is that in this post-pandemic world that is even more challenging than when we went into the pandemic, sir, Barbadians now must ensure that we all work together, sir, to solve those niggling problems that have confused the place for far too long, sir, so that we can spend our very precious time focusing on actual problems, the big problems, in order to help the country get out of this situation much faster, sir, than current trajectory. Because whether we like it or not, sir, I don't know if it's around the corner next year. And I would rather that we solve and deal with whether it's digitization and the like, whether in government or in the private sector, sir, that we just adopt. We work through whatever issues we got to work through, but just make sure, sir, that we are making progress day by day in order to help reduce the cost of doing business, reduce time to do things, and the example that the Honourable Member gave in relation to the police certificate character, sir, is spot on. Because I want, as I know that we've been working with all the financial institutions to develop the real-time payment system, I want, sir, that people can pay the taxes and government receive the money at any time. At any time. And that government can pay people directly in real time and the money goes into their accounts real time. And therefore, in order for us to be able to do that, it means that we must ensure that our systems are appropriately integrated such that the efficiency can be lived and made real for ordinary citizens in this country. And so, sir, I believe wholeheartedly in this transaction. I wish it was a little bigger to get a little more savings because it means that we'll be able to do more faster, but I feel confident still that once the transaction is executed, sir, the ability for the fund to be able to receive additional resources to do very specific things. And let me reiterate, sir, that when I speak of the fund, it is not a government fund. Monies will be redirected from the consolidated fund, sir, which is now legally required to pay debt, redirected from the consolidated fund to the Barbados Environment and Sustainability Fund to be able to do very specific activities that the Honourable Member for St. Michael's South as well as Christchurch West Central articulated in relation to the environmental milestones that are part of the commitments in relation to the debt for nature swap. At the end of all of this, sir, we still have to get up every day and make sure that the rest of the government is running as it should be running, sir. And therefore, the involvement with respect to young people within this blue economy space is going to be important. There are going to be much more opportunities available now for people to either to participate in, as I said, leisure, conservation efforts. There will be opportunities commercially to be able to engage in that space. And we want that as this work is being conducted over the next 15 years, that as many Barbadians, and those who may visit us and those who may from outside, but particularly more Barbadians, to see, sir, that there is a way of life from engaging with the marine space. When I was a youngster, sir, as most of us in this room perhaps may have been told, the sea ain't got no back door. And what that meant for most of us, sir, is that when you go to the sea, you really don't go no further than where you can stand up and the water perhaps reach your chin. We now need, sir, to completely disavow all of our young people of that mindset and to be able to take the plunge, sir, to be able to ensure that they can, without fear, engage respectfully with the sea Because as we know, sir, the sea can be rough, and therefore you have a healthy respect for water safety. But at the end of the day, that should not be a deterrent mentally, sir, with respect to being able to engage in lawful activity within the marine space. And we want as many young people to be engaged fully within all of the full aspects of the development of the blue economy space. And therefore, this transaction fits within our commitment, sir, to be able to open up new avenues of opportunity for, well, our young people, but all of our people. And we will invite persons, obviously, from outside to help us come and develop said opportunities. And therefore, I'm asking Barbadians, sir, all of our young people, to do your research as appropriate, find out what, and I'm sure the Ministry of the Environment will be able to provide the relevant information to keep the public up to date with respect to what's happening within the marine space, in order to help build stronger stakeholder relations and to provide more opportunities for all of our people. And so, sir, with those very few words, I am happy that we've been able to have this debate today. The transaction, as I said, launched last Friday. Things are well on the way. Bids are coming in, and things are already reaching the target as we would want. And therefore, as I conclude in this debate now, I am happy, sir, that we've been able to reach this point. The Honourable Member for St. Michael South reminded me of the Herculean work that Whitehall would have conducted on the government, on the people's behalf, in order to be able to get us to this stage. And I thank them publicly for that commitment. And therefore, having done all of this, it is with immense pride and pleasure, sir, that I do not ask you that this resolution do now pass.
Honourable Member, you remember that you started a cognate debate.
Yes,
Right. So you remember you are speaking therefore
in the plural.
to Order 7 distinctly separate from Order 8. So you need to specify Order 7 that on the order paper, the resolution 7. You see, you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I got you.
Yes.
My apologies. I got a little excited there. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that order number 7 do now pass.
Beg to second it.
You can read the order. You should read the order 7. You started with the order number 7, correct?
Yes.
So you're asking for order number 7, right?
Yes.
Right. So the question is that order number 7 do not pass. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. All those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. The aforesaid resolution now stands passed.
Order number 8, name the Honourable Minister of Finance. To move the passage of the resolution approved in accordance with Section 2 of the Special Loans Act, Chapter 105, the borrowing by the government of the sum of approximately A, Barbados $150 million from First Caribbean International Bank, Barbados Limited, and B, Barbados $150 million from Credit Suisse International to buy back and prepay existing higher costs of government of Barbados debt and utilize the savings to finance marine conservation in Barbados on the terms and conditions contained in an agreement.
Honourable Member Christchurch, East Central.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that order number 8 do now pass.
Beg to second.
The question is that order number 8 with respect to the said resolution do not pass. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. The aforesaid resolution now stands passed. Yeah. Yeah, resolution.
Supplementary order paper. in the name of the Honourable Minister of Housing and Lands, to move the passing of a resolution to approve in accordance with Section 5 of the Crown Lands Vesting and Disposal Act, Chapter 225, the vesting in the Barbados Tourism Investment, Inc. of a parcel of land, the property of the state, together with the buildings thereon, known as the Treasury Building, situated at Bay Street in the parish of St. Michael in this island for the purpose of residential development.
Honourable for Christchurch West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I raised, to bring to notice and to offer for the approval of this Honourable House a vesting of the Treasury Building just across the road from us here in this chamber. And as I listened to the other members' debate, and I heard many members talk about when they were born, the month that they were born, and before they were born. And as I looked through and I looked at the Treasury Building, the Treasury Building was opened on November 22nd, 1967. Well, that's actually 2 days after I was born. So that would tell you by my gray hair how old the Treasury Building is. And I guess by extension how old I am as well. November 22nd of 96. I'm hearing asides that it's an antique. I don't know if it means that the building is an antique or if I am an antique, but certainly the Treasury Building has been there for a long time and has been an icon for Barbados and for Bridgetown. I could go further and say that my great uncle was one of the subcontractors that built the Treasury Building, and it continues to stand there, and engineering assessments have been done of the Treasury Building, and it continues to be a wonderfully well-built building that continues to stand the test of time, although being next door to the river. And for those of you who know anything about buildings in Bridgetown, you just need to go 6 feet deep, 6 to 10 feet deep, including this building, Mr. Speaker, and you tend to hit water. But just the other day, we had to take down the National Insurance Building because of water seepage underneath it, and the foundation was causing it to have a problem. A National Insurance Building that was built in 1971. 1971, even after the Treasury Building, and yet still the Treasury Building has been able to stand the test of time that the National Insurance Building, the former National Insurance Building, did not. So what we found is that the Treasury Building, even although it has done well and is structurally sound, it is not really fit for purpose at this present time. As you know, in the past, it was used by the Ministry of Finance, and it was used by several government departments, and it was used very well. A lot of internal work has been done to the Treasury Building, but very little external work for the facade. And what we also know is that if people do not live in a city, if people do not shop in a city, if people do not own a city, then the city will die. And what we're trying to do as a nation is to revitalize, to redigitize, to reimagine the city of Bridgetown. And that's what the BTII, through its chairman, I can see him in my sight, and through the member for the city of Bridgetown, what we're trying to do is bring back that vibrance to Bridgetown. And bringing back that vibrance is part of the Golden Square, as you would have seen, that has become so important and has contributed so much to the heritage and culture of this country, and continues to do so. And we're happy that BTIA was able to reimagine and redevelop Golden Square into something that we can now be proud of. Redevelop the Constitution River that the member spoke of, and how we're able to get the Constitution River back where it was. Incidentally, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution River, actually, the schooners used to go up the Constitution River years ago, and there are actually pictures that you can see schooners up the Constitution River that it is now. And that's what caused Roebuck Street to develop the way it is, because Robert Street is where the merchants used to be, receiving goods from the schooners up the Constitution River. And this is something that we have to understand our history and recognize sometimes you have to go back to go forward. And this is a reality. And what we have to do and what we're doing through this vesting is to give an opportunity for an investor to revitalize, take the Treasury building, put in commercial entities underneath, put in a cultural hub underneath, and put studio apartments and two-bedroom apartments above for people to come back and live in Bridgetown. And this is not only seen as by itself, but it must be seen as a total redevelopment of the whole cityscape. You know, Mr. Speaker, I remember many, many years ago when Dame Billy Miller, the former member for the former member for the city of Bridgetown, put forward to the then members of Parliament. This would have been 2003, 2004. I think it was a concept done by Design Collaborative, a company, an architectural company, of what they wanted to do to revitalize the city of Bridgetown. And that included what was Carinage development. It included what the members spoke about, which is making the boardwalk along the Carinage. It included the fountains. And I was so happy that once when we were into Republic Day, we had the fountains going in the Carinage. And it really blessed my heart to see what the city of Bridgetown could be. I don't know why we don't have back the fountains. I'd like to see the fountains there full time. And it's something that we need to work on. Because you go to other countries and you see fountains that are lit and they have well lit and it becomes a nighttime attraction. You have people playing music and you have outdoor dining and so on around the waterfront. This is the kind of Bridgetown that we want. This is the vision that we have for our capital city. And part of that vision includes the BTII and all the developments included and the vesting of the Treasury building in the BTII so that they can give an RFP and get a developer involved to redevelop that space. And we're not going to stop there. We're looking at redeveloping all the way from Needham's Point, all the way down along the Bay Street corridor, all the way down to the Screw Dock, Carlisle House, all that way down, all the way down to Kensington, to redevelop that whole stretch, put in hotels where necessary, cafeterias where necessary, coffee shops, outdoor dining, all of that, and bring Bridgetown into the 21st century and make it a modern, attractive city that all of us can be proud of. And that is exactly what we intend to do. But you know, Mr. Speaker, the journey of 1,000 miles starts with that first step. But we're not at the first step, you know, because we've done the Golden Square. We're about to do Hyatt, and I understand that the Hyatt, as you know, is only had some setbacks with its financing, but they're soon about to start the construction of Hyatt. We're going into negotiations for Carlisle Car Park, and adjoining that property onto the Carlisle House to make another hotel development there. We're in negotiations with deciding what we're going to do with what's called the Legends Hotel, which is to move, to put a hotel where, what's the name of that? The procurement center for government is now, central purchasing is now, move that to another location and build an opportunity to build another tourism development there. Of course, we have all the other tourism developments in the Screw Dock area, Pier Head area, all the way through. This is the vision that was not only in the physical development plan that the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central worked so hard on, the former one, and the current one that she worked very, very hard on when she was in as the Minister for Planning and Development, but also the vision of the Prime Minister to see this country grow and to see this country develop. because at the end of the day, what we need is capital projects. What we need is growth in this country. And the only way we can get growth is by government, private sector, foreign direct investment, and every person in Barbados working to achieve that objective, to see this country improve, to see this country get better. And the only way we can do that is by making it attractive. So this is but one. It is 2,106 square meters of state land that we're looking and seeking the permission of this Parliament to vest in the Barbados Tourism Investment, Inc. It is 7 floors up, 7 floors, and it is a total of 55,810 square feet. It currently has an elevator, and we anticipate that it will be able, that elevator will have to be moved depending on how the design will be implemented. What we aim to do is to not only have opportunities for commercial activity, but also opportunities for residential activity in this. And let me take the opportunity to, if you give me a permission, the Speaker, is to really sound the significant work that the Chief Executive Officer of BTIA has been doing. It's really tremendous work that he's been doing, and I've been working tirelessly with him on the Sam Lords redevelopment. It's been a long, long time in coming, and we are poised to take that, to finish certainly the infrastructure work of that development in December, and it is a massive, massive undertaking. And the BTIA has led the way on that development between Mr. Stuart Lane and Mr. Brian Begg. 420 rooms. It will be the largest hotel in Barbados. In the first instance, employing 340 people, going up to 1,000 people, and that's just in the hotel, not to mention all the spin-offs and all the other subsidiary opportunities for the people of Barbados. And then, of course, with the vision of the Prime Minister, next door is another 54 acres, I stand correctly, maybe 48, 54 acres, for opportunity for another tourism development next door to Sam Lords Castle. So I think that if we put all of those things together, if we put the redevelopment of the Constitutional River in the constituency of St. Michael South Central, I look back because I know and I imagine that the member of St. Michael South Central will be speaking on this matter, because it's something that she worked very, very hard on and very, very tirelessly. And, you know, I remember when I was a new Minister of Transport Works and Maintenance, and in Cabinet, the Prime Minister would look at me and says, "There's too much bush in the Constitutional River. Go and get it cleared." Members would remember. I would have to be down there on a weekend with the bushwhacker team and so on, and be in the Constitutional River cleaning the bush. And that would happen month after month, especially when the rainy season was coming in. Prime Minister said, "The rainy season is about to come in. If you don't go and get that bush clean, Minister, you're going to have flooding." And we used to have to be out there cleaning the bush all the time, to the point that we bought equipment just to go and clean the Constitutional River bush. The member for the member for St. Lucie remembers it well. We used to be out there on the weekends making sure that there was no bush in the Constitutional River so that they would have flooding, to stop flooding. And now I am so proud to drive by and walk by and go in Queen's Park and look in the Constitutional River and see it is now a river and no longer bush. I'm so happy to see it and see how transformation and how an idea in somebody's head can become a reality for the benefit of everyone. It's a tremendous transformation. And I look forward to, with the approval of this Parliament, once we agree to the vesting of the Treasury building in BTIA and its transformation of the facade, external as well as the internal, so that we can get residential, commercial, and cultural opportunities for the people of Barbados right next door, our neighbor, right here, and to be the second step in the revitalization of our capital city. With those few words, Mr. Speaker, I ask that this resolution do not pass.
Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I reflect on the very lofty policy discussions that took place in this honourable place earlier today. And I am glad to see that such important policy and practical matters are in the capable hands of those who participated in the debate. But sir, today I rise to reflect from a different place. I rise almost to talk to this honourable chamber through you, sir, about a tale of two cities. As some famous writers, one famous writer once put it. But I make that reference because we often talk about the city of Bridgetown as if, and the idea of Bridgetown regeneration and Bridgetown renewal, as if the very discrete area that we call town is all that we mean. You know, across the world, people talk about the Greater Toronto area and all kinds of things, and really I talk about the Greater Bridgetown area. And in the Greater Bridgetown area, there are two cities. There's the city of Bridgetown, strictly speaking, but sir, the constituency of St. Michael South Central is an urban constituency. And the Honourable Prime Minister talks all the time about the notion of separating the way that people live. We can mark all the demarcation lines that we want, but people live how they live. People live in communities, they don't live in constituencies. And so, one of the very important things that, when I was working very closely with the Honourable Prime Minister on the notion of tourism investment and reinvestment in that Greater Bridgetown area, and members may recall the Tourism Investment Forum that the government had in April, I believe it was, of 2019, where we hosted local and overseas investors to come and understand the investment opportunities in that area. But throughout that conversation, and it must remain throughout that conversation, we insisted, both with investors here and abroad, that there can be no tourism redevelopment in this area without urban renewal and urban regeneration. In all of our discussions, it was and continues to be considered a condition of development in that area. And the former honourable member for the city insisted year after year, conversation after conversation, that no hotel development would go up in the city unless it was also accompanied by urban regeneration with regard to the housing stock, with regard to the infrastructure, with regard to employment, and the development and use of skills of the people in those communities. So while I must agree, as the former minister responsible for investment, while I must agree with my very good friend from Christchurch West that we have to target growth in this sector, and this is about growth in this sector, it cannot be about growth on the balance sheet without being about urban regeneration in those areas. That has always been the target, that has always been the ideology of this government. So, sir, I told you in my opening that for me, this is a matter not so much of policy, but of personal reflection in a lot of ways. Sir, in 2017, I wrote, along with some members of my team, a local manifesto for St. Michael South Central, because I wanted to make sure that there were objectives that we set that people could look on years later and say, well, she said she was going to do this, so did she do it? It was very important to me, based on the conversations I had. The honourable member who introduced the resolution made reference to it. It was very important to me, having visited Halls Road and the many people that live in those Carrington Village communities, and having heard from them about the issues with the bush and the flooding and the rodents and all of the other things that were plaguing them. It was important to me to be able to bring some relief and to address that issue. It would so happen, sir, that at the time, there was a dormant project on the books of the government that had been left by the previous administration because that administration could not find the funding that had to accompany the official borrowing that they had done. So in other words, there was a small amount, a nominal amount that had to be paid by the government. In order for the Constitution River project to start, they were not able to find those resources, and so the project did not happen. It lagged, it stalled. When I came to service in the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Investment, one of the things that I had to do was to review all of the things that were lagging on those books and see what we could do. Well, it so happened, sir, that Constitution River Redevelopment Phase 3, remembering the two phases that had gone before, was one that stood out to me. Not just because of the location, but because we had a situation where we had to avoid, and the member for Christchurch East Central will attest, one has to avoid paying commitment fees on loans that you've taken on which you are not joined out. So it was, sir, a win-win for the government and people of Barbados.
And St. Michael, South Central.
And St. Michael, South Central. To bring this project to fruition. The stars aligned, as it were, sir, and we were able, with the support of the Honourable Prime Minister at the time, who I must say also insisted that the project had to go forward because this was something that meant something to the people of this community. You know, it is easy, it happens easily, sir, to feel almost as if you're languishing in a situation where infrastructure is degraded and depleted, and you wonder if anybody remembers who you are and where you are. And I would say, dare say, and those of us who represent, in particular, St. Michael constituencies, urban constituencies, have to make sure part of our job is to be with our people. And even in cases where a particular project or development cannot happen at a particular time, that we make sure people are heard and seen and understood. And so it was important to be able to bring that project to fruition, but beyond the infrastructure issues. The other thing that we heard very clearly from those communities had to do with employment. I know other members will attest. Had to do with the fact that, you know, one of the things that I would say really triggered my own interest in political service was a particular conversation I had in 2016 with a group of young men who I then realized had never worked. They had come of age during the previous administration where things were economically depressed, had never found the opportunity to work since they left school. And so the conversation about employment was also one. I mean, these kinds of things don't happen in pockets, they happen together. People who are experiencing flooding and overgrown bush and poor infrastructure are oftentimes also experiencing unemployment. And so we then had an opportunity, and it was a vision that we had as a part of the local manifesto for St. Michael South Central, to be able to bring an area for commercial, and we called it, in that document, we called it the Halls Road Commercial Village. And I'm saying this to say that this was prior to 2 elections ago. This was a vision that is now being realized as part of this urban regeneration that includes this Treasury building that we are discussing today. But we envisioned that the Halls Road Commercial Village would be an area where people who live in the community would be able to establish themselves as entrepreneurs. And, sir, the stars aligned again, because the then Minister of Youth was able to work with us to establish a building blocks project for St. Michael South Central that would mean that not only are we talking about a Constitution River Canal redevelopment, but at the same time, we're bringing in a commercial village so young people can feel as if this space really belongs to them. And yes, we want the small boats to come in and berth, which is one of the brilliant parts of that. But we don't only want small boats to come in and berth, we want the people from the community to also feel that this place nice up for we. That is a part of our work, to make sure that people feel ownership of this space. And so we defined that this area along the canal, along the embankment, would be the St. Michael South Central Building Blocks project. And sir, I'll say that across 3 ministers of youth, I have been privileged to be able to work closely with each to this day to make sure that that is a reality. But I speak to it today because I want to make sure that as with such developments, we don't focus on the big works and forget about the small works that will really affect people. Because I did have occasion to remind the current Minister of Youth, my good friend and member for St. John, that we want to make sure that the erection of those kiosks, for which people have applied in an open application process, because we wanted to make things fair and transparent, but for which people from the area who were told, this is your building blocks project, have already applied. But I find myself having to answer questions about when our work's going to start. And so I use this opportunity to remind colleagues that the Constitution River redevelopment is not complete until the St. Michael South Central Building Blocks project is complete. Because there is to be no tourism redevelopment, there is to be no large infrastructure redevelopment without bringing people along, without urban renewal and regeneration. Sir, there is another component of that project that is important to the St. Michael South Central community. In their first match of the Republic Cup, I believe it's called, the Weymouth Wales team defeated their opponents 12-0. It's all a netball match, right? We've been seeing some big goals, some big numbers and goals being scored, so that wasn't the highest. But I mentioned that to say that the Weymouth Wales team, born, bred, developed in Carrington Village, has for many years been excelling while roaming the streets of Barbados without a home ground. I can no longer support it, sir. Not a team that has produced so many national players. Not a team that has done so well over the years. You cannot have people walking up and down with nowhere to call home. Thankfully, having appealed to the Ministry of Youth and Sports on this matter, they have agreed in principle to be able to have the Weymouth B pastor, as the team has requested, be the home ground for Weymouth Wales. However, it means that as a condition of the handover of the Constitution River project, that the field has to be regraded and reconstituted to standard for football, which means, and those of us who have run about on football fields will know that that means you got sand underneath, you got the turf on top. You don't just roll out some of the old mold that you left there. So, sir, if you wonder why I am talking about this minutia in this forum, it is because this is the bread and butter of what makes communities great, what makes communities feel seen and heard and understood. And so between the major infrastructure works, the realization of the South Central Building Blocks project, that happens to be on the Bridgetown side, because we don't have any land on the other side. St. Michael constituencies know this well. And so we're making use of that. But the truth is, sir, that the Halls Road embankment and river really, I said earlier that communities don't exist in constituencies, is really a part of that Carrington Village community and life and space. And so it's important that those people feel that is theirs. And so these three elements have to come together. And the member who led the resolution, sir, spoke about his work with BTA. You know, in this conversation about Bridgetown, there has been a notion, there's been an idea put out there that I can't say that I disagree with, of there being a management company for the development of Bridgetown, a dedicated management company, so that all of the individual buildings and spaces that we say we want to develop, that there is a focus on having an entity that helps guide that. It need not be a government entity. Goodness knows we don't necessarily need any more of those. But an entity that guides that, an entity that oversees that. Because in some cases, and the Honourable Member for the City would be able to speak better than me to this, but in some cases, it is really simply a question of making it look more appealing. And that if the businesses that exist in Bridgetown agree to how they want this area to look, and they agree to contribute to that kind of fund, then a company can manage that. Similarly to how we have in the north of the island and in this same area of Greater Bridgetown, we've agreed as part of planning obligations that new tourism development projects must contribute to a fund. In this case, we call it the Bridgetown Rehabilitation Fund, I believe, but a fund that will go to the upkeep and the urban renewal of the surrounding areas. But until such a management company for the city is established, if that is the case, Barbados Tourism Investment, Inc. has more than stood in the breach. From town to St. Philip to St. Lucie to St. Peter, where I believe that they're working on a 6-men's commercial village as well. But this is an entity that has really stepped up and with few resources been able to deliver major things for urban Barbados. And I think it's worth acknowledging the work of BTI. I have always felt as that BTI needed to be larger to be able to cover more ground more quickly. But I believe that the work that has gone on in the Greater Bridgetown area, led by BTI, really shows how much we can do with limited resources. So, sir, all that's left for me to do, the former member for the city, I reflect now on on how we worked together, not just as neighbors and constituencies, but also when I had responsibility for investment, to make sure that people were always visible, and in particular, the people of the city of Bridgetown, I almost said the city of South Central, the city of Bridgetown and St. Michael South Central, to make sure, well, it is a commercial area, right? It's a commercial area in great measure. But to make sure that people remained at the center of development. And you know, I recall that even on the Halls Road Building Blocks project, you know, the former member was always very supportive and always understood the kind of give and take of how we work together to make communities great. And I know that that sentiment and that partnership will continue, has continued, is continuing with the current member. So all that is left for me to do, sir, is to support the vesting of the Treasury building, another, what I would call legacy project, one that we started in collaboration with BTI with a real vision, When we asked people, what would you like to see the Treasury building become? They said, this is a way that we can bring back real life to the city, get some young people who may not stay here forever, who may stay for 2 years, 3 years, some single people, some young couples, some people who want to come home in the evening from work and then maybe go on the bottom floor and have a coffee and listen to some music. That was the idea for it. And then it was put out to see, well, what could you design? Who can design something to fit these specifications? And I know that others who come after me may have conversations about the issue of housing and how we make sure that people have ownership. I know certainly that in those communities that face Halls Road and face the Constitution River, that we have unfinished business. We have serious unfinished business that have to do with the transfer of title for former tenantry lands. And as long as I have the strength to stand in this place while that is not attended to, I will speak to that. Because I grew up, sir, in a house where I could sit in my living room and reach through the window and touch my neighbor. I know the pressure that puts on communities and on people. I know the pressure it puts when, you know, you save a little bit, and you finally get a little car to drive, but you ain't got nowhere to park it. Because if everybody in that tiny road, from Baby's Gap, Train Line Road, Marl Hole Road, if everybody were to be able to save a little dollar and buy a little car, well, what would happen? Garbage truck can't come through there. People can't park. Roads are being degraded because they were never built for that much traffic. So we expect people to live 2022 lives in tenantry conditions. It has to be fixed. It has to be a part of the urban renewal and regeneration of this country. I'll tell you, I am so happy that I represent St. Michael South Central, because I believe that it is communities like these can be models for how we keep communities small and together and intimate with a certain level of development, with a certain level of progress. We can do it. We should not feel that because people only have a few square feet to call home, that they shouldn't live like kings and queens. My parents made us feel like we were queens growing up, and on that little block where I could put my hand through the window and touch my neighbor. Let us lift the living standards of people in these communities so that they don't feel that Barbados is progressing and they are just watching the whole thing float by. So, sir, with those few words, I commend this resolution to this honorable place.
Honourable City of Bristol.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not too often you get two bites at the cherry, but I couldn't go without speaking on the resolution. depending on the size of the cherry I am hearing. Mr. Speaker, sir, I really want to start by thanking the former members of Parliament for the city of Bridgetown, for really rolling the wicket that I've spoken about before in terms of the excitement. A lot of times when people question me about the city of Bridgetown, they question me about the challenges, they question me about the difficulties, and I like to talk to them about the potential and the excitement and the pride that I have representing the city of Bridgetown. Historic Bridgetown and its garrison is how I refer to it. And when you think of Bridgetown and Greater Bridgetown, sir, you believe in constituencies like the city of Bridgetown, like the Honourable Member who just spoke, St. Michael South Central, you think about St. Michael South, you think about Christchurch West, the Honourable Member who is leading and piloting this legislation. But Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like every member of Parliament to understand that in this House, there are many rooms. And if it was not so, I would not have said it is so. Because when I think about Bridgetown, I think about every member of Barbados, Bridgetown being our capital city, the capital city of Barbados. Not the capital city of Bridgetown, it is the capital city of Barbados. And hence, the development of Bridgetown is the development of Barbados. And I believe in the saying that we have, that if you share in the work, you have to share in the bounty. And it works the other way around. Because I believe that Bridgetown can bring a bounty to Barbados. And if we can share in the bounty, of course I would like to share in the work in the city as well. So it can work both ways, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like the member before me said, this is really about urban renewal, urban regeneration, development, and lifting the standards of the people of Barbados, particularly and directly those constituencies that are touched by historic Bridgetown and its garrison, but right across Barbados. With the partnership of the UDC, the Urban Development Commission, the Senior Minister for Infrastructure, the Ministry of Housing, and of course, BTI, led by a very competent chairman, I believe that this regeneration continues to move at the correct pace, although it could be a little faster, but definitely in the correct direction. And one of the things I want to do in my contribution, sir, is really to have a serious look at where we are going with this urban regeneration. Sometimes when we mention these projects, you would almost think, if you don't understand, that it is a patchwork of development. When really and truly, if you take a step back and you look at it, you realize that it is really comprehensive development of historic Bridgetown and its garrison. We can talk about the screwed up and the housing plans for there, the villa plans for there. We can talk about the Hayat. We can talk about the Platinum Mile if we want to go all the way down to the south. We know vesting land in the Treasury to ensure that we have what I would call historic housing. Historic in the sense that we put in people right in the flat center of the capital city, and also in a historic way, taking a historic building and repurposing it for its time. Mr. Speaker, sir, you add on the Baxter's Road project, the Constitution River, the work for Queen's Park, and you continue down, and you look at all of these projects collectively, not only are we looking at billions with a B in development, we are looking at the overall improvement of our city and of our country. And if we can use our imagination, and if Freedom Park and even the Fairchild Street Market is anything to go by, the wonderful work of BTI and the government, we can see that with all of these projects implementing, that the people, remember we are here first and foremost, primarily for the people can benefit. The people can benefit from the aesthetics, sir. The people can benefit from the development and economic enfranchisement, because with projects come employment, with projects come opportunity to invest, with projects come the ability to build, start, and expand businesses. So people, sir, will be the main beneficiaries. of what it is that we are proposing here this afternoon as we continue along the line, investing land in BTI to carry out this Treasury housing project. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to add simply parcels to this already well-laid wicket, what I, as the present MP for the city of Bridgetown, plan to add value to what I came and found. I came and found a government, I came and found former MPs, as I said, in the right direction, going in the right way. And for me, I've had the privilege of persons reaching out to me and presenting great ideas of what they plan to do for the city of Bridgetown in the urban renewal plan. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, this isn't just hot air talk. We've already have plans, costings, and so on. And one of the things I'm doing is looking at putting together a task force for the city in conjunction, led by and advised the Honourable Member for St. Peter, because he's doing the same thing for Speightstown. And I believe that all the cities, all 4 cities in Barbados should do some kind of twinning and sistering and brothering as we bring the nation along. I don't want people to believe the city of Bridgetown is Corey Lane or Corey Lane is the city of Bridgetown. The city of Bridgetown, Speightstown, Poletown, and Oistins will be the people of Barbados, put simply. So we've already started our discussions on that, sir. What I want to add to that, sir, I've also been in communication with the city of New York, with permission of the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs, in relation to doing a sister city initiative there. And we plan to partner and sister with a number of cities across the world. And why, sir? As I said earlier about partnerships, that is how we are going to get out of the COVID pandemic and the economic worries that lay with us up to today with that. And the 10 years that went before, with the international shocks and other shocks, political shocks that we had for 10 years prior. How are we going to do it? Partnership, sir. So with the permission, as I said, with the senior minister, minister responsible for foreign affairs, and the Prime Minister, we've started discussions, and the ministry is now drafting that first agreement. Because at the end of the day, it is okay to have all these plans. It's okay to have the pictures. But it costs to care and it costs to build. Everybody in here knows that. So, Mr. Speaker, we've already had the discussion with BTI, and I'd like to thank the director and the chairman. We already had the discussion with the Barbados Police Service, the Psychiatric Hospital, NCC, the Private Sector Association, the Barbados Chamber of Commerce, and some of the developers working on some of the major projects. They toured the city with me, sir. We've had the discussions with UDC as well. Now, the task force and myself, sir, we plan to be the glue, really, that brings these projects together, and the glue that actually keeps it together and helps us to go out there on the market to ensure that the ideas that I am thinking of adding to the already good work of the team, that they can come to fruition, because they will need substantial financing to do these big projects. Some I will mention, sir, just so that the public's appetite is whet in relation to where we are going for the city of Bridgetown. And of course, we want to do things like greenscapes to bring beauty to the city, but also to bring a level of coolness to it. Cool in the way in which it looks, and cool in the way in which it feels. And everybody knows what's happening this week in relation to the heat, that we can get more green spaces, green walls, and green banks in the city of Bridgetown. We can actually bring down the temperature, and we can have an aesthetically pleasing city of Bridgetown once again. The seating, we have proposals for beautiful seating, practical seating, seating with lighting, seating with USB, seating with Wi-Fi, so that people not only come to the city and try to get out as fast as possible, but they can sit comfortably, they can eat in the city, they can work in the city, apart from living in the city after we vest the Treasury building into BTA for that purpose. Canopies. Now, I didn't just want the persons who made the presentation to me to come and say, let's do these canopies. One of the things we want to do, the initial thought was to have the people of the city, the schools of the city, but I'm thinking more now on reflection, the people of Barbados, to have some kind of competition for a theme for the city. Will it be a city of love? Will it be city of flying fish? Will it be the city of anything? What I want to put that out to the people of Barbados so that we have some kind of theme running through the city. Lights and cameras is something that we've spoken about for a long time, and it is something that is desperately needed because of the times we are in, even more so. Bike lanes and bike parking spaces, a lot more solar technology and solar lighting. The pedal boats, and romantic pedal boats at that. We've now moved from the wharf to the Constitution River, and we want to tap into the whole idea of the heritage of it. A lot of people may not know, but a lot of people used to load up some goods down by the Strudock, down by the Carinage, and used to make their way into Robert Street to ply their goods using some small boats. We will now be able to link the heritage, to have these romantic lit pedal boats, so that the honourable member to my left, he wants to take Lady Frame up the Carinage, up the river, in these nice boats when the night comes, just for a quick chat and a chat and return, sir. You understand me? Buy a burger or a beer. We good to go, sir. So these are things that I believe would add serious value to nightlife in the city. So we can picture the beautiful lights, we can picture the fountains being lit, we can picture the romantic boats moving through the city. Oh, I'm feeling it now, Mr. Speaker, sir. I can see it and I can feel it, sir. And I'm hoping that the others too can feel it. One of the other things that we have to address is really the garbage, being able to compost, to be able to dispose of garbage, and also to treat sensitively and compassionately to the socially displaced that make a home of the city, and sometimes they do not do so in the most orderly fashion. So that is something that I've put on the table in the proposal that the task force will be looking at in conjunction with all of the partners. Murals, another thing. There's something called mural and historic heritage tourism that is on the boom. There are people who travel to cities, who travel to countries just to capture or to participate in murals. Just last week, there was a team from the United States, through the United States Embassy, here doing a number of free murals and graffiti with their professionals. Again, partnerships in the pursuit of positive progression for the people, Mr. Speaker, sir. So the whole nightlife and the redevelopment of the city is one that I, no doubt, Mr. Speaker, support. And with these few words, I just wanted to add that this is something that I not only give my full support to, but I plan to give all of my energy and creativity to make sure that the city of Bridgetown and the cities of Barbados and Barbados can be the best that it can be. I thank you, sir.
Honourable Member for St. Michael East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think my friend Corey, I'm trying to understand precisely what he was trying to suggest. About cruising in this boat with a young lady. And Sir, I want to make my brief contribution to this discussion on the development of Bridgetown. And in talking about the development, it's obvious that we can't go along the common path that we are accustomed to, especially the path shaped by the colonial past itself. The city of Bridgetown, the development, the infrastructure of Bridgetown came as a consequence of the specific interests in the very early times, the interest of sugar, the interest of rum. So we end up building a whole set of buildings around what's called the wharf site. So you had all these barn houses in the very early days stretch across that wharf site, and then eventually you see the development of the commercial development in the city of Bridgetown, coming to what is called Broad Street. So from the bridge down, those infrastructures from the bridge down straight down to where they say the wharf boys used to enjoy themselves, where they had a public toilet down to the bottom and so on. That's just a little historical discourse here. Sir, the colonial hands, the merchants and merchant capital shaped the city of Bridgetown. For the original people who probably would have been around Bridgetown, nothing is mentioned about that, or nothing is meant about the efforts to preserve the contribution of the labor class, the people who are considered to be the labor class, which means that if somewhere down in the pecking order, being part of the labor class, nothing is held there, with the exception, I think, no, I can't say that, with the exception of the slave hut to the back of St. Mary's on Mason Hall Street. There's a building there, sir, that I believe, if the BTI is responsible for what we're trying to achieve, and if it's responsible for also trying to achieve what I believe is a necessity, especially transforming from a colony to a republic, we should see some evidence of the modern thinking of the BTI. Because I think that is about the last one. I visited about 2 weeks or so ago, and I took some pictures. And that is, I believe that the state, we should try to find out who is the owner of that property there in Mason Hall Street. I heard there's another one somewhere around there. If it isn't a slave hut, it has to be a hut belonging to the indentured servants of the time. That is, we want a presence, a more central presence in the city of Bridgetown itself. We don't have to be just looking at colonial historic buildings and allowing NGO units, allowing the BTI to be determining what our heritage is supposed to be and what we must represent in our main cities, especially in relation to our urban development. There's too much of that has been going on prior to becoming a republic. And I would expect a level of new consciousness to be influencing the direction. So the people who work hard and build the buildings don't have even a presence today of their contribution to the development of Bridgetown. There's nothing to represent labor. I probably, the leader of the main trade union movement should be the person talking about this. At least we should have some monument in the city representing the contribution of labor to the physical construct of the city of Bridgetown itself. And that is one of my main concerns. So I would like to see a monument emerge there. Now the other thing is, and I was just speaking to my colleague to my right, in a very noble and a friendly way, and not implying anything negative about it. The importance of, there's a building, I think the BTI owns the property on Bay Street. It's a car park on Bay Street in front of Lorry Dash. That's what? Massey owns it? Well, see where it goes now. But that's the problem. And that's why I'm always very, very, very skeptical about the ownership of these properties and where they go from one person to the other, and these people continue to perpetuate a certain impression about the contribution that we have made to the development of Barbados itself. Too many people unconsciously do not understand that they are wiping our people out of history of Barbados itself. I'm very concerned about that. But it is alleged, because the research has to be done, as we make reference to all, it is alleged that there's a burial ground somewhere on that location. And I don't know, what do you call it, sacrilege? For us to go and erect a hotel or construct something there, but leave nothing symbolic, right? Or even that burial ground, which I know that those people were not buried in any wholesome manner. Probably just tossed in the ground, not even 6 feet. Probably like 6 inches down below the soil. When you dig it, you will see a lot of fossils. They're scattered all about there. It seems we'll be paying some attention to Newton in Christchurch. We have to understand these historic sites across Barbados is important to our development. Now, I would not condemn, and I can't condemn, at least the government for this progressive effort. It should be the central bank, rather, than just the Treasury building, because I really believe that we excluded too much. And I'm glad to see that the government decided it takes a special person to make decisions of this kind, because people don't easily upset working class people coming to live in the midst of this big commercial. These are realities that sometimes we are afraid of talking about them. People want to know, what are you doing with these rustics coming now to live almost in the center of Broad Street? When you're taking up the Treasury building now, and ordinary people can get an opportunity. So a government has to be either made up of erratic individuals or people with a sound mind that is visionary, and also clearly understanding that there are some wrongs that we have to put right. So I want to compliment the government for at least creating a space in the city of Bridgetown. Well, I don't know, right now you're right on the borders of Broad Street itself. So while people would like to see the Hyatt, lots of people want to see Hyatt, don't want to see Nelson Street and Wellington Street. And that is the kind of mindset that we created over the last few years, because they are not supposed to be part of the city. The city should be made up of decent people, and the ownership probably should be the ownership of non-black Barbadian people. It brings me to another point, sir. We need to see black ownership on Broad Street too. And I would like to see the BTIA taking all of that into consideration. The honourable member, you're the chairman, sir? The honourable member has also a right to look after his family's interests. Your grandmother, Andrina Gibbs, who in the early 20th century was one of the main black owners in the city of Bridgetown. His great-grandmother owned a property in Bridgetown, a commercial entity. And very few Barbadians or even historians speak of the work of his grandmother. But you have an opportunity. If you don't do it for yourself or your family, I don't know who will do it for you, right? But that location is still very much a major location and still resides in the family of the honourable member. Still owns the land just above St. Mary's, but nobody knows that. So we continue to talk about Cave Shepherd and even Old Harrison and where Wilkinson and Chandler used to be and where this bank is and all of that. But we need to be able to highlight, even if we don't reconstruct anything, we need to have a level of signage, some monuments and symbols across the city. Because I heard somebody made the point today, you need to feel an integral part of the development of the society. You need to own something. You need to feel part of it. You can't walk about all through a city and feel proud if you are at a certain level of thinking. Feel proud of what other people are doing for us over and over again. And it's because of these things, these physical things, that you might not be conscious of the harm that they're doing to the society itself. But these are psychological encumbrances that affect the lives of ordinary people every day in the city of Bridgetown. That's the reason we had to move Nelson. So you can't do patchwork. It can't be a piecemeal exercise. You move Nelson because I don't want my children or my grandchildren to come up Broad Street and look in the face of this man. We went through an exercise before that where people felt they were making a progressive move and they turned the man around and they looked so. But we now need to play our part as a government. And when you're talking about Bridgetown, I think I heard the Honourable Member for South Central made the point that it's not just the immediate surroundings, but you have in Bank Hall, a building which is the former home of Sir Frank Worrell. In prior, apparently cut down a few feet of the wall so you can look off the playing field to see the house. But the state need to intervene. The National Trust went in and put on a plaque. The plaque like it drop off. The house now in a state of disrepair. We want some of the agencies within the government must step in, help the family. You don't have to put the family back in the same position that they're in now, but make life better for the family, because we need to have an interest in that house in Bank Hall. That is the home of Sir Frank Worrell. And we're not just calling names, just say Andrina Gibbs. She was a black woman in the early 20th century. Meant something to the black people in the early 20th century. She had a school, and she taught black children. I was discussing the matter with the family, and they were trying to find out what it is so magical or extraordinary about this woman, that she had a very sound education but never went to any formal secondary school or university or anything like that, but held classes for young people in the early 20th century, and they talk about the first quarter of the 20th century. And likewise, the contribution of Frank Worrell cannot be ignored. The Jamaicans understood the importance of Frank Worrell to the development of the Caribbean, and they put a statue in Jamaica for Frank Worrell. We keep ignoring these things and believe because they don't have any money value, they're not important to the development of our people. But the Jamaicans understood what we did not, and still don't understand. Eric Williams was very clear at CLI James with the contribution of Frank Worrell to the development of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Eric Williams said that when Frank Worrell became the first black captain of the West Indies cricket team, he said that is symbolic of the representation of the political party to which he led. He was sending a message. In just a few statements, he was preaching volumes of material to us about uplifting the quality of the people that everybody ignores every day. And that's why I say the workers, people is central to the development. You know what it is in the early 50s and that when little black boys were running about on cricket fields, a British game called cricket, and then we started to produce people like Frank Worrell, a great of all times. I produced Gary Sobers too. Go to the Bayline and see Gary Sobers' house now. Go to the Bayline and see Sobers' house now. And people about here talking about cricket. Go to the Bayline and see Sobers' house now. I'm talking about genuine, unavoided transformation of the society itself. As long as we come clear and say, look, we're at a different stage now. This is a republic. These are things we must do. Not debate all day and singing praise and bowing heads to the Queen and a new king. I want you all to connect with the greatness of black men and women. This is a positive step when we decide that we're going to make sure we create that space in the city, and it is a bold step. It is not just positive, it is a bold step. Because I am hearing the debate already. Man, you want to put people to live there. So all the things about the nice things from ground floor 1 or floor 2, the people say, you putting people to live there, no? What's going on now in Barbados? And the so-called intelligentsia is the people who will destroy everything and confuse the society. These people do all types of foolishness. They build a pool, we call it pool that is playing, polo grounds and everything. People ain't got no way to live. A landless people. And the government is trying to make sure that it reach out and help the most vulnerable in the society, landless people. So whether we put it in the middle of the Broad Street itself or in Swan Street, there can be no issue more important than the lives of the people, especially people who build the city of Bridgetown. There's too much absence. There's too much absence of our presence in the city of Bridgetown and many other locations across Barbados. That's why you will hear me from time to time shift the urban debate up to St. George for drops. I sleep and sometimes spend sleepless nights because I don't believe that this man should be owning any land in Barbados at this time. So it's not only about urban, it's not only a piecemeal exercise in the urban community, it's national development as well. Land ownership is one of the most fundamental questions in the streets, you know. Not just the few applications you see at UDC or at NHC. And I'm very passionate about black people not owning land in a country that have been held captives, cultivate the same land, had to ask for permission to stop on the land, even after emancipation, and up to 100+ years. You call it that, because it was so manumission and all different kind of terms it was using very early. And nearly 100 years or so after, we were still fighting about land in the 1930s. And all like now, we're still fighting about land. I have calls on my phone from people, I don't know where I'm going to sleep tonight. And you got people who own that. In fact, there are people in this country who had land. I don't even know where the land is. Because I live out in England. All the lives of the children got land in Barbados. And black people running about here asking, do you know anybody got a room for rent? We're talking about development. We've got to be very serious. And this is about radical transformation. This isn't about no gradualism. And you're telling people, we're going to do this thing. And it can bring me back, sir. We'll not engage you in this now. Since you have granted me permission to go as infinite as I have. But they're going to bring me back to this talk about this $10,000 units in 5 years, you know. And the debate I had in here recently on trying to even get 16 units. When you're talking about national development, it's going to be, because I started to get doubts. And so when people begin to get worried about national development, and you building 16 houses in my constituency, and I got to be fighting to get some, and you still building 10,000, you know, you want 10,000 for who? And then they want to buy who? So this debate is going to stretch very wide, but I'm not, because that is one debate in itself, especially since you have certain limits that you allow in terms of time.
That the standing orders allow, sir.
Thank you, sir. You preside over the whole thing.
That is correct.
Yeah. But I personally believe that this is a great effort. I believe that we need to be able to identify some of the areas around the city that need greater development, not just the construction of housing, but also for aesthetical purposes. I saw the honorable member for the city unofficially showed me some aesthetics that look like something like Dubai. When I see the different arrangements, the vegetation, and the things that a dream which he has for the city, it means that the agencies of the state must also allow him to come and make a presentation. So this is how I feel. I am sure that other former members before him had an opportunity to share dialogue with the agencies that were responsible for the development of Bridgetown, all around the boardwalk and all that. Other person, the representative of the people of the city, this one must have those same privileges of saying whether he want the boardwalk to left from the city and pass Old Town, and whether he want to pass Oyston Town, and how it should be done. He should be given, sir, the same opportunity to be able to make a presentation. I don't see anything wrong with that. I'm not saying that it should have been done. I'm saying that that is a precedent that I would love to see, especially giving the representative of the city the right to go before the board, the BTIA, or before the NCC, for example, because a lot of it is about not just physical structures in the sense, it's about the vegetation and artistic kind of work for the city of Bridgetown. I saw it, sir. And although I do not romanticize much, I saw it, I was very impressed, and I believe it is something that can help to give greater shape and to bring beauty and vegetation into the city itself, right? I also believe that we must find a kind of physical network of how we're gonna link Hero Square, Independence Square, and the Freedom Park at Golden Square. And those are things I don't know if you're gonna do it by using red bricks or anything like that, and we can travel. I believe, sir, that we should even see a transformation of the physical development between what is happening at National Hero Square and Parliament. I know Parliament got this one gate open, sir, and you probably will have a great say over that. But then the other one got on chains. I get frightened when I see how much chains are around me. But that Parliament gate over there always closed. But we should look at a way, even if it calls for the diversion of traffic through High Street, up Robert Street, and at certain hours of the day. And then when you go through High Street and then up Robert Street, it's the same thing. Sometimes when you go through down Marhill Street and come back at the same corner, the engineers should be able to say, look, this is how we're going to do it. And this whole area should be relatively free for people during the course of the day to walk around. And even as a park, you have proper seating facilities. The models that you showed and you shared with me just now, things that could be applied to in that entire area to create greater beauty in the city itself. But all I am asking is that whatever we do, put people at the center of the efforts. I am not so interested in the preservation of buildings that all we did is to contribute labor to the building, but nobody has a symbol of our presence in history. Not even the fine artists. I don't know when last I see the paintings of the national heroes. Even during November, whatever month, you don't see the paintings of national heroes nowhere on any building. You don't even have a picture out of the Advocate or the Nation stuck anywhere in Bridgetown of the heroes. And that is not the way how they did not treat the British royal family in that manner. But sometimes people got these things all in the houses, along with the picture of Jesus Christ. The Jews got the whole little thing out there. All I ask is that in the development process, I don't even know who sits on the board for the BTI. Because I tend to believe that these people got a view of how development must go inside the BTIA. I just feel that they have a view. And the Ministry of Culture probably should be playing a more central role, and even architects should be playing more of a central role in the planning and in the construct, especially if you're going to reclaim certain historic memories in the city of Bridgetown. It can't be only about if you're building it, all right. If you take the responsibility for building, like, oh, you build Golden Square, all right. But after you build Golden Square, what it is that make you believe that you come up with an idea and nobody else can question the idea? Why should somebody working in the Ministry of Culture gotta ask the BTIA if they could use Golden Square? That don't make sense to me. Why should a Ministry of Culture not be participating in signage? That should be understood. That if there is a location, if there's in fact, we were together in recent times, and we were in Golden Square. I could not understand how the Ministry of Tourism could carry a walk about tourists, and people dress up real pretty. And this same ministry used to have signs of a fat woman sitting at a door somewhere in Nelson Street called Rachel Pringle. This is funny behavior, major contradictions. But nobody carry the walk through Nelson Street. So the honorable member for the city did not get any benefits, not just promotion, but no political benefits came to him. Nobody that was involved out there in the square bought any beers from the Nelson Street. They didn't go there. I tried to encourage them to one of my places that I frequent, sir. You were very well. Oh, yeah. You are. We have had some good times over there, sir. The Prime Minister was present with us too. So there's not any place that is unwholesome, right? But I'm saying that we cannot, well, everybody accept this is an old trade, and whatever happens out there, let the trade continue, right? I'm supportive of the trade continuing, right? But I'm saying that tourism itself, I don't know exactly where that location is. It is called one of the first hotels that we have had in Barbados. You have an industry which is very dependent on tourism. Nobody don't know where the building is. Is where? Canary Lane? Yeah. Well, Canary Lane. Well, the honorable member for the city will take me to Canary. You want to go this evening, sir? Yeah. We need to know that where that building was. And if it's so significant to the hotel industry, that is a building that should be identified. Even the same BTIA should be able to put some money in the improvement if it needs improving, or if they come to the conclusion that it needs to remain in the same form that it's in. And if you have any activities about tourism and promotion of what is Food and Rum? The Food and Rum Festival. You can't want no more food and rum across Nelson Street, no? Food, rum, and anything else in life. You get it out there. And the tourist industry, they should have had some kind of program to include the people in Nelson Street in that program. A march through Bridgetown or whatever, or walk through Bridgetown and left note something wrong with the thinking pattern, sir. I really believe with those. I promise you, sir, that I'm going to babble one or two ideas spontaneously out of my head, and I hope that by making those few points, and I'm serious too, sir. It can't be that costly for us to even to have paintings of outstanding Barbadians at different strategic points across the city. Can't be that costly. Something wrong. And furthermore, that the ones that we had before, we cannot even see at no time. A painting of Clement Payne, the late Honourable Barra, Grandy Adams, nobody, you cannot see anything like that in the city of Bridgetown, as though people reclaim the whole space for themselves again. And that can't happen in a republic. If you go in Havana now, you're going to see Sheikh Jafar up on the wall and you can see Fidel Castro's pictures on the wall of the Republic. If you go to the United States of America, you see pictures of presidents, even artists. Nothing in the city of Bridgetown. That's why it is a dead city. It is almost tantamount to one of the other battlegrounds. Nothing is happening in Bridgetown. And I think that we need to take immediate steps. The agencies that are responsible need to take immediate steps to bring back some life to the city of Bridgetown. And those national heroes that we know should be featured as strategic points. And another time, sir, we will have a discussion on this place called Queen's Park. Where they have the Daphne Haggett Theatre and those things. We will have a discussion on Queen's Park. Although I believe it is really one that we need to have just now, but we would be polite enough to defer such a discussion. So I just want to make that brief contribution to the discussion. I want to consider to be an effort to transform the physical environment and the aesthetics of the city of Bridgetown. And I hope that the government, this is one of the initial steps in 2022, making this effort to create a new urban Barbados.
Honourable Sir Michael West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I rise in support of this resolution, I am cognizant of our role in these turbulent times. And as elected members of this honorable house, when dealing with these many challenges, I am reminded of the late Right Honourable Owen Seymour Arthur, when he said, we must face it and fix it. And I'm sure that he would approve that we have faced these many challenges. And in the spirit of our guests who were here earlier, under the patronage of the honorable member from the city of Bridgetown, from the American Embassy, in American baseball parlance, we have stepped up to the plate. So, sir, whether it is NIS reform, which we're not concerned with whose fault it was, because government is continuous. So we're not concerned with who dropped the ball or who didn't have the foresight before us, but we will face it and fix it. And we will make sure that Barbadians' nest eggs are protected, are safe and secure, and that when they plan to retire, that they will have a living that they can rely on. And sir, whether that challenge is climate change, and it must be remarked that the Honourable Prime Minister has been very spectacular and has a lot of foresight on this issue, where she has led the charge, putting Barbados on the map. Even before we came into government in 2018, highlighting that as small island developing states, we are the least offenders, but we suffer the most of the ravages of climate change. All it takes is to go down to the West Coast and see the beach erosion. And it's a serious problem. And we have led the charge, Little Bim, and it's something that we can be proud of. And earlier, the honourable member from Christchurch East Central and the honourable member from St. Michael South and the honourable member from Christchurch West Central, who coined his ministry, the Ministry of Turquoise, I believe, have highlighted that creative instruments like the debt to nature swap, will allow us to raise the necessary capital without further burdening Barbadians economically. And this is very innovative. And I want to applaud those honorable ministers for leading that charge in whatever capacity that they did. Whether it be COVID-19, a freak storm, a hurricane, ash fall, we have stepped up to that proverbial plate. And we took calamities and turned them into opportunities for our citizens. And every honorable member in here benefited by allowing their constituents to go and work on the ASH program, to become a COVID-19 monitor, to do the bushing, whatever it is. I believe it adds up to about 3,000 jobs. And equally, I must applaud the ministry led by the honorable member from St. James Central for emphasizing financial literacy through the Literacy Bureau. And that is very important as well, because a lot of these young people, a lot of them in my constituency, never had a job before. And this will give them the opportunity to understand how they can manage their money to be able to make meaningful contributions to society. And I want to comment about jobs and investments that will be introduced to this country. The honorable member from Christchurch West touched on this. $2 billion, plus in investment that will be brought into this country via projects that are on the horizon, which will give more opportunities to our young people. But in order to capitalize on these opportunities, they have to be trained. And Mr. Speaker, through the National Training Initiative and the Construction Gateway Initiative, which was spearheaded by the Honourable Minister of Education, will allow us to train our young people to be able to capitalize on these opportunities, sir. And this is very important to take us forward, because it's all well and good to say that we have X amount of $1 billion in investment coming into the country, but we must be able to economically enfranchise our constituents and allow them to come along the ride, like the honourable member from St. Michael East has so eloquently said. We cannot leave anyone behind. So, sir, I want to further commend the Ministry of Education on the upcoming reforms that they're about to engage in. But I also want to comment on something the Honourable Prime Minister has said before about every Barbadian must know a second language. And I agree 100% with that. But I would like to add to that, every young Barbadian must learn the language of coding. That is a new frontier. So I would like to recommend to the ministry that in as early as first form in secondary school, that Beaver Primary School, as the honourable member from the City of British has mentioned, I totally agree, that we have an introductory to computer languages. I can remember when I went over to university in Florida, and my first introduction to a language was when I was 19 years old, and that was C++. I was so clueless, and a lot of my colleagues who came up in the American system were already fluent in Fortran and all these other languages. And now it's so pertinent for us to be able to have our young people know a computer language so that they can take part in the global revolution that's already started, right, with software development and application design. And this is a way that we can earn more foreign exchange, sir. So I know that, and I want to commend the ministry again because they've already started in introducing robotics. It started with the Honourable member from St. Michael Southeast in expanding robotics in our schools. And sir, that is a start. But it would be remiss of me as the chairman of the Barbados Tourism Investment Inc. not to comment on this resolution that we are about to prove here today in this honorable house. And this is but one project out of many that will contribute to the urban renewal of the city of Bridgetown. And I am very proud to be a part of this urban development project. Because along with Golden Square Freedom Park, along with Constitution River Phase 3, along with all the upcoming prospective projects at Fort Willoughby, the Hyatt we talked about earlier, these are going to bring many jobs to the city of Bridgetown. I know that the honorable member from the city of Bridgetown must be ecstatic because all of this will add up to about 6,000 jobs. And this will not only be shared by constituents in the city of Bridgetown, but well, St. Michael West, Christchurch West, and Phillip West, everybody will get a piece. That's a fact. And then add that to the jobs that we have coming from Sam Lords as well. 340 jobs, as the honorable member from Christchurch West said earlier, and 1,000 jobs at the end. Simple math will tell you that 7,000 jobs right there. And everybody can get a piece. And at Sam Lords, I want to add that the honorable member from St. Philip South will be very pleased to hear that we will make sure that that hotel buys a lot of local produce from farmers in the east. And as a government, I want to add that we have been blessing the east too. Right? With the road works that are coming up. We ain't forgetting about East, we ignore the East. We're going to face these challenges head on. We're going to fix it. Face it and fix it. But I would like to reflect on comments made by the honorable member from St. Michael South. And as we engage, Mr. Speaker, in these urban projects, we got to take everybody along with us. We cannot be spending billions of dollars on these projects and forget about the people, the constituents in the city of Bridgetown, St. Michael Central, St. Michael South, St. Michael West, St. Michael West Central. We have to make sure that housing solutions are given to them. And as I reflect on the rising crime that is taking place in our constituencies, it really hit me hard. And honestly, there are certain things that we need to do to start to erase the scourge of crime. And housing is one. Because you can imagine, as we walk through the constituencies and we see the conditions that our constituents live in. We see 10 people living in a one-bedroom urban house. You know, we see these sort of situations. And we can understand that the frustrations must boil over. And those frustrations must relate to crime. So if we fix the housing situation, which I know we will, by the edict that the Prime Minister has laid down, that we aspire to construct, not just with the government of Barbados, but through partnerships as well with the private sector, 10,000 houses in 5 years. I look forward to that. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to quote a study that was done by the University of California, Irvine, which proves that crime is inextricably linked to housing. When we have affordable, dignified housing for our people, it has been shown that those areas that had benefited from those housing solutions have seen safer spaces for the children, grandchildren, grandmothers, grandfathers. In addition to that, as the Honourable Prime Minister has said time and time again, that you stop people from renting, you get them a piece of the rock, what are they going to do? They can leverage those assets to be able to make further investments into the economy. So, sir, in closing, again, I support this resolution wholeheartedly, and I look forward to the many housing solutions in addition to these other investments that will help to uplift our people. I thank you.
Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will not delay the House unduly, but I believe that I would not have wanted this opportunity to pass me without complimenting the work of the Barbados Tourism Investment Inc. Indeed, the Barbados Tourism Investment Inc. Was the vision of the late Right Honourable Member for St. Peter, Mr. Owen Arthur, who, in his vision to develop and his quest to develop Barbados, sought to have a number of what I refer to as investment and developmental vehicles in order to propel urban development and investment in tourism and related projects. And certainly, that vision continues to go on. And in executing the vision, Mr. Speaker, you can see the wonderful transformation that is taking place in Barbados. And the Honourable Member for St. Michael West has the distinction now of chairing that BTII institution. And I must compliment him and his board and his staff for the outstanding work that they continue to do in transforming national development. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the redevelopment plans in St. Michael, South Central, the area starting from the James A. Tudor roundabout, coming all the way down to Halls Road, onto the, in front of Queen's Park, onto the Constitutional River, the Spikestown initiative that the BTII would have had a hand in as well, not only lend to the national beautification of this landscape, but what it also did, Mr. Speaker, is to assist with flood mitigation in Barbados. And we have had, especially in the area, Headley's and so on, a history of flooding, severe flooding, that would have compromised individuals and businesses in that area. But I want to stress, Mr. Speaker, and I believe the chairman of the BTIA, the Honourable Member for St. Michael West, touched upon this point. And it has to do, sir, that I hope that in the fullest of time, that resources would also be allocated to other areas in St. Michael, such as St. Michael West Central, that oftentimes suffer from severe flooding in certain areas and where there is significant scope for investment. Because as we all know, Mr. Speaker, that if you have water coming downstream, it will impact not only your constituency of St. Michael Central, it would impact over my St. Michael West Central constituents and also the other areas, especially when they come ravishing through down to St. Michael West and St. Michael Northwest. So that I believe that as we build out the investment portfolio of the BTII, due consideration has to be given to other areas within Barbados. And I make a special plea on behalf of the residents of St. Michael West Central, for which the Honourable Member for St. Michael West is familiar. Mr. Speaker, I also want to make the point that there is significant, and I'll stress the point, significant scope for development in the corridor leading from what you will call the Hilton Head, the Hilton area, going north all the way down to the Harbour Road. It's significant investment in that area. There are several vacant lots. There are some buildings that could do with significant enhancement, significant refurbishment, but also properties that I do not believe are utilizing the full economic potential of the properties that they have be idle or those that are in dire need of refurbishment. And I believe that the time has come where we have to look at not only the Harbour Road, but the Princess Alice Highway. That is a prime area for additional development. We have a situation where you have the Bridgetown Port. There are several cruise passengers, who when they come to Barbados, they oftentimes will take the journey either by foot or by vehicle, Mr. Speaker. And that area, that stretch of area where there exist vacant lots and our buildings are in dire need of refurbishment, could be refurbished to take advantage of additional economic activity as we continue to build out employment for people in Barbados and opportunities for the tourists when they visit Barbados to spend some money on island to boost our tourism earnings. And we have to reach that point right as soon as possible to ensure that we have the appropriate commercial activity. Blending in with the fish market, for example. I see no good reason why we can't have some additional, you might call them restaurants or food stalls, to allow people to sample our local flying fish and other delicacies that are absolutely needed and necessary, be it when they're walking back to the cruise ship or when they're traveling from the cruise ship. And you can even incorporate, Mr. Speaker, tours into the Bridgetown Fish Market. Mr. Speaker, I recall many years ago, maybe almost 20 years ago, I had the opportunity to visit Seattle on vacation. And in Seattle, they had something called Pike's Fish Market. And if you saw what the vendors and the other professionals in the fish market would do with fish, the experience alone was a tourist attraction. And in Barbados, we have some of the finest fish vendors that you can probably ever have across the world. We have clean, very sanitary facilities in the Bridgetown market and other markets across Barbados. And I don't understand why, Mr. Speaker, we can't infuse that as part of the additional development for Bridgetown in that corridor. Mr. Speaker, for years, those assets remain on that corridor, as I referred to, lingering. And the time has come where I believe we have to make a significant investment. But I will leave it to the chairman and the board because I believe they have other plans. But we have to come back to the point where we have to make the best use of our economic land and land spaces. And the time has come when we could use the best economic value of land spaces to help us create more employment in Barbados. With redevelopment, Mr. Speaker, there are going to be jobs. There's going to be expanded economic activity. You'll get some more VAT in the Treasury so we can build out and do the things that we need to do. And I want, Mr. Speaker, to encourage the property owners on that corridor, that stretch, to start thinking about opportunities where they can expand and develop rather than leaving assets to linger at the rate in which they're lingering, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also believe that the time has come where we have to look at what we will refer to as the old or the former immigration building. And that is a wonderful view, Mr. Speaker. I mean, it's an unobstructed view. In some places, Mr. Speaker, when you go, you might say that you're going into a resort. If you go down to San Diego or some other places on what you call the West Coast of America, you will see some wonderful hotel sites there. You will see some wonderful dining opportunities, Mr. Speaker. And that site You could do whatever you want to do with it. Whatever activity, whatever investment is necessary. But that location, Mr. Speaker, is ripe for additional development in Bridgetown. And when you realize what the Barbados Labour Party did when they were in office, in terms of the broadwalk, what we call on the Corinage, and the opportunity that exists there for maybe additional dining and bar activity to inspire again increased investment, jobs, and further economic activity in that general area. Mr. Speaker, when you drive around in the same area with the Corinage and you go around the corner, you sometimes see a building. I'm not going to call the building name, Mr. Speaker, but I drove there recently and I had an opportunity when I turned the corner there by the car park to see plywood sheets, Mr. Speaker, on the ground floor of the building in historic Bridgetown, Mr. Speaker. But I can imagine where the former representative for Bridgetown, she would perhaps have been saying, well, what are we doing with Bridgetown, Mr. Speaker? Not the government of Barbados. Let me make it clear, because the property is not owned by the government of Barbados. It is clearly owned by private sector interests. And I'm calling on the private sector interests that they ought, maybe they have plans to build it out, but the plywood sheets have been there for far too long, Mr. Speaker. And I would like them, sir, to really start making amends there and to really make it a little bit more beautiful and make it a little bit more exciting and tasteful to the eye, Mr. Speaker, for especially those who live here and those who come to visit us. Because, you know, from time to time, we have people who come to Barbados as visitors and who will obviously take in some sightseeing. And we will want to see, Mr. Speaker, a beautiful boardwalk and a wonderful Corinage with all the catamaran and all the deep sea fishing and a nice car park to see a building with plywood sheets, Mr. Speaker. I believe it's an investment entity that owns it, and I believe they should find the resources to do it to help us continue to build out Bridgetown, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also believe that the Barbados Tourism Investment Inc. has a wonderful opportunity to continue to play the role of developer in Barbados. And I say that because I know there have some people in Barbados who believe that government can't do anything right. And there's some people who believe that perhaps government should not have the appetite for development. You hear them, Mr. Speaker, because they don't want the government to develop it. They would prefer to develop it to have the returns. But, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the BTIA has a significant role to play as developer, not only to excite investment opportunities, especially for projects that ought to be developed, Mr. Speaker, but also, Mr. Speaker, to flip them when necessary. The Barbados Tourism Investment Inc. as a vision was set up not only to facilitate transformation, but to step into where the government believed at the time it had a void in tourism-related investment. And the mandate was expanded to deal with the urban Barbados and to renew urban Barbados as we've heard today. And the time has come when we've got to look at the investment vehicle for BTII. I'm convinced, sir, with a few changes, it can make a substantial, even greater contribution to Barbados if it had to adopt maybe another form of a vehicle. I'm not going to go into details, Mr. Speaker, on that now, but I really believe that it is a wonderful opportunity. And I am not going to touch anything remotely connected to national insurance today, but I also believe that there are opportunities for partnerships. The national insurance has a rich history. They have done successful transactions. I'm not going to talk about it, Mr. Speaker, because I know there's a lot of propaganda and a lot of talk relating to that institution. But the time will come in here when there will be a debate. And I serve as a former chairman of the National Insurance Board. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that like the BTII, the National Insurance continues to do a wonderful job in Barbados. And I look forward to a debate when I'll be able sometimes to clear up along with my colleagues some of the propaganda that appears to be out there, and people will want to perpetuate in a small society about national insurance. But I believe, sir, that if we have, perhaps we can look at how we augment the BTII as an investment, an investment vehicle. And, Mr. Speaker, open it up for wider public participation so that people who like to invest in projects, Barbadians, not talking about all institutions now, Barbadians who could invest in a similar vehicle like BTII and get some wonderful returns. Because when you look and see what they're doing at Sam Lawrence, they're building out significant infrastructure, and the government must never be afraid, Mr. Speaker. I come from the private sector, I know it well. If somebody comes down and like somebody better than you, and they want to pay you a multiple of earnings for it, there's no harm, Mr. Speaker, because it's still here in Barbados, and that is how you earn money. And other Barbadian-based investment firms continue to do the same in Barbados and outside of Barbados. And we have perhaps to look at that. It is something we can look at down the road. But I really want to close by asking those property owners who own property on that stretch, see what they can do, undertake their feasibility plans. Maybe they've already done so, but to see how best they can leverage and utilize their assets, starting from what I call the corridor by the Hilton Head, you might call it Bay Street, going north all the way down to the Harbor Road, which constitutes a wonderful investment opportunity for the country. And if the BTII is so capitalized and can afford to take on additional projects, because I understand the fiscal space we are in, it will be even a greater opportunity for Barbadians to own institutions, iconic as they could be in the future. So, Mr. Speaker, I intended not to speak this long, but I felt I had to join the debate because the residents of St. Michael West Central would have wanted me to join this debate, not only to represent their interests and to ask for any future assistance that potentially could come their way, but also they would have wanted me to speak on this topic because if it could create additional employment opportunities, those residents and constituents in St. Michael West Central will also have an opportunity to have a job in new enterprises and grow like anybody else, Mr. Speaker, and own piece of this rock as well. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable Member for Christchurch West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First, let me thank all honourable members that spoke in the debate. I honestly didn't think that such a simple resolution would have garnished so many people to want to contribute. But it shows how important our capital city is. It might be in the city of Bridgetown, but it belongs to all of Barbados. And I think that's the important point. And all of us have constituents that want to benefit from housing. All of us have constituents that come here to transact business. All of us have a vested interest in our capital city. And that's the important point that comes over. And I also want to remind honourable members that this is not a one-off. This is part of a program that the Ministry of Housing, when I first was at the Ministry of Housing, we started. Because we didn't start with the Treasury Building. You know, we started a rejuvenation program. That rejuvenation program included the registration building, which is moving along quite nicely. The courts next door to the registration building, which is moving along quite nicely. The gatehouse, which is completed and occupied. The warehouse next to the gatehouse at the Old Barbados Water Authority, which is about to go to tender. The 3-story Barbados Water Authority building, which is also about to go to tender and be rejuvenated. Reef Road, which is behind Pelican, which is now being assessed for tenders. The Baco building in Magazine Lane, which is going to be finished in another 2 months. The planning department at the Garrison, which has started and will finish in 6 months' time. And the welfare department, which is finished. And Glenderry as well, which we also vested. So we have been on a very persistent and consistent program to rejuvenate all of these buildings that were disused and are being put back into productive use. And this is but one. But this is one in the center of Bridgetown. So I heard all honourable members. I appreciate that we have lots of work to do. Queen's Park is another one. The Honourable Member, was it Michael West? I guess he's suggesting whether it should be named Queen's Park or some other name. I don't know. But we are looking to make that a cultural centre for Bridgetown as well, where we have artists in residence, where we have people doing paintings, people that can come and play music, learn how to play music, all sorts of things right there in what is currently called Queen's Park. So this is part of, we see it coming in pieces, but it is a part of a complete vision that the Prime Minister and the BTII and the people at Planning and Development have to be able to rejuvenate all the buildings, bring the city back, and bring Barbados into the 21st century as a strong and proud nation that we are as a people. And that is the whole basis of this. And that is why money spent on the people of Barbados is always money well spent. And those few words, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that this resolution do not pass.
The question is that this resolution do not pass. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This resolution now stands passed.
Mr. Speaker, order number 10, in the name of the Honourable Attorney General, to move the passing of a resolution to extend the public health emergency.
Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move the passing of this resolution on order number 10 of the order paper, which deals with the proclamation under Section 28(1) of the Emergency Management Act, Cap 160A. Mr. Speaker, as we are well aware, this proclamation will expire on September the 22nd, and the attendant directives and orders will also expire on September 22nd. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, and members are aware, the COVID-19 pandemic in Barbados is on a downward trajectory. Indeed, we have moved from a positivity rate of 41% going back to July, where up to yesterday we only had a 15% positivity rate. Overall, the positivity rate has been declining. If you compare this week to the previous week, we would have declined by some 43%. Now, over the last few months, a number of changes were made to the directives. Those changes included no testing at our ports of entry for incoming unvaccinated travelers. We also reduced the period of isolation from 10 days to 7, and we also removed the 3 feet physical distancing mandate in the last directive that we published. Now, the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Mr. Speaker, continues to our commitment to reviewing not only local information, regional information, and international evidence as we make the appropriate recommendations in respect of how to relax restrictions while at the same time paying attention to public health evidence, and that is absolutely critical. I really want to commend Barbadians for staying the course with us, for their patience, Mr. Speaker, for their understanding, for their empathy during what we describe as uncertain times in respect of this COVID-19 pandemic. It's been a very long and difficult road for families, for businesses, and even government, Mr. Speaker. But I would like to ask the Barbadian population for their continued support in the interests of their health, Mr. Speaker, and in advancing our economic fortunes. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health and Wellness continues to be very concerned with the death toll, particularly those 70 years and older. We are seeing, obviously, the numbers on a daily basis when the numbers are published. and the death rate in that particular target group, Mr. Speaker, remains a source of concern. I might also want to add condolences to the families as well of those deceased persons. It is always a difficult thing when you lose a relative, but particularly those in the 70-year category, that group, and 70-year plus, we recognize that there has been obviously concern there. Now, it is the responsibility of every citizen to help each citizen go through this process. And obviously, as we have been saying, personal behavior goes a long way in us managing the COVID pandemic. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, the proclamation of the Emergency Management Act will expire on December 22nd. As I indicated, the COVID-19 pandemic has improved over the last 4 weeks. The metrics used to monitor pandemic, those metrics are trending downward, but we must be careful, Mr. Speaker, not to erode any of the gains that we've made thus far. We have, as members will know, the emergence of new variants. We confirmed some time ago that we have the BA5 variant in Barbados, and thanks to the CARFA and sending information down to the lab as often as we do, we get a report on the variants and obviously certain detections, because we have to continue to maintain our surveillance systems in order to ensure we continue to manage what we have before us in COVID. We in the Ministry of Health and Wellness are committed to the gradual relaxation of all protocols, and we are committed to that. But after, Mr. Speaker, internal and external consultations, and on the advice of the Chief Medical Officer. As we know, the Chief Medical Officer is the public health specialist, the public health expert, and the support of the Emergency Operations Committee. The CMO has recommended that we continue with the proclamation and the attendant directives, as well as the orders, for another 3 months. His advice was given. His advice was taken, and we're going to do so for the first 3 months, for the first 3 months in this first instance, commencing September the 23rd, and that is what the resolution, Mr. Speaker, sets out to do, where it says that the proclamation was extended and has not been revoked, and that we are proposing that the proclamation is extended until the 21st day of December 2022, notwithstanding that we will have a period defined as contained in the resolution at paragraph 2 for a period not exceeding 6 months, as the House of Assembly may determine by a resolution. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, the Chief Medical Officer is the public health expert. He has made certain recommendations, and therefore, in keeping with his advice, we are proposing that this extension be facilitated. Now, obviously, in facilitating the extension of the Emergency Management Act, there are certain things, obviously, that will be facilitated. One, obviously, has to do with the indoor mask wearing, which we have to maintain at this point in time until further notice. The other issue, with respect to the visitation of healthcare facilities, both private and public, Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, we've had in the 70-plus-year-old group a number of elderly persons who have succumbed to obviously complications, and therefore we have to manage that because we have to care about the elderly in this society. We also have to manage the visitations to the healthcare institutions, Mr. Speaker, because oftentimes you have outbreaks in these institutions, and even though we are very good at managing the outbreaks to reduce significant death, we have a duty, Mr. Speaker, to protect the elderly in this population, and particularly, sir, we have a duty to protect those elderly persons who are living in our elderly care institutions. Mr. Speaker, the mandate, the extension of the Emergency Management Act will also continue to facilitate the work of the COVID-19 monitoring unit that unit has done the country proud. It has been able to help us in the ministry manage the spread or reduce the spread of COVID within the community, and therefore that unit will continue to be operationalized. The other issue is that we've had, because of our memorandum of understanding with the government of Cuba, we have some Cuban professionals who are here, who work tirelessly, Mr. Speaker, in the COVID-19 response and continue to do so. And it is critical that we retain those persons, those medical professions from Cuba, and to continue with those medical professionals from Cuba, the Emergency Management Act would allow such. Mr. Speaker, I know that there are individuals who would be asking why we are extending the Emergency Management Act, but we have a duty to do so. And I believe that I would have addressed the issue, especially the care for the elderly, the COVID monitoring unit, Mr. Speaker, and also those who were here. Mr. Speaker, I continue to give this honorable chamber the assurance that as we review the evidence, like I said, we have to benchmark it not only locally, we have to look at what's happening in the region and what is happening internationally. I give the House the assurance that appropriate changes will be made, recommendations are made by the Emergency Operations Committee. The CMO will sit down, assess the facts, and therefore make a further determination. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are several people who speak on COVID. They don't have a public health background, and it is one thing for a person without a public health background to be challenging people in public health. But I can tell you that this country is a blessed country. It's blessed with excellent human resources, and those persons who are trained in public health have helped us to steady the ship during COVID, and they've also helped us to steady this ship outside of COVID whenever we are faced with emerging public health emergencies. Mr. Speaker, you know, the world has changed. The world has changed. And today it could be COVID, tomorrow it could be something else. And we are faced with emerging health emergencies, and we have to manage them. And the fact that we have trained public health specialists who can make the appropriate recommendations and advice to the ministry, to the minister, and obviously to those who matter in the decision-making train. I remain confident in their abilities to advise us. And Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that we will continue to be very well served by those professionals. Mr. Speaker, I believe I would have answered or set out to anticipate questions that the public may have had. Obviously, I remain available to answer any further questions, Mr. Speaker, on this particular matter, but we really have to ensure that all the gains that we have made thus far, that we don't throw them away. And that is the basis, sir, for the proposed extension of the Emergency Management Act. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, not to detain the chamber unduly, I will beg, therefore, Mr. Speaker, that this resolution do not pass, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, you are aware this resolution can only be passed by a majority. Therefore, a vote has to be put to all honourable members present. So, the question is therefore that this resolution do not pass.
Ms. Bradshaw? Mr. Ford? Dr. Duguid?
Aye.
Ms. Husbands?
Aye.
Mr. Abrams?
Aye.
Mr. Weir?
Aye.
Mr. Griffith?
Aye.
Mr. Jordan?
Aye.
Mr. Humphrey?
Aye.
Mr. Strawn?
Aye.
Mr. Godinejo?
Aye.
Mr. Rowe?
Aye.
Ms. Cavill?
Yes.
Ms. McCarney?
Aye.
Mr. Ishmael?
Aye.
Mr. Lane?
Aye.
Mr. Prescott?
Aye.
Mr. Hinkson? Ms. Ford. Mr. Phillips.
Aye.
Ms. Moore.
Aye.
And Mr. Gibbs.
Aye.
Joshua have been read. 22 members. 22 members voted aye, no one voted against, no abstentions. Therefore, as per the resolution, a majority of the House has been reached. This resolution therefore stands passed. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, we've come to the end of today's sitting. I therefore beg to move the adjournment of the House until Tuesday, the 27th of September at 10 a.m.
The question is that this honorable chamber stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 27th day of September, 2022 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. This honorable chamber stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 27th day of September, 2022 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.